All right, we are unmuted. And I'm sharing my screen, but I can show this as well. So this is a town county work session. The time is 5:08. And we can start our session. So this afternoon, I'm still flustered. Thank you all for that. We're going to start out with Shaq Powers with Region 9, and I think Laura Lewis is here as well. I don't know if she just came to party or not. Okay, excellent. So Shaq Powers is going to talk through our Region 9 broadband overview, and I can click through the slides as you need, Shaq.
All right, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for having us all tonight. And congratulations, Gloria. The whole region is just so proud of you. So
thank you.
Good job. All right. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Shaq Powers. I'm a program manager with Region 9 Economic Development District. And my program management areas are broadband, housing, and transportation. And Deanne reached out and Gloria and asked if I could bring a broadband update, talk about what we're up to. So for those of you that don't attend quarterly Region 9 board meetings, that's what we're here to talk about tonight. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a rewind on the next slide and discuss what we're doing and where you're at. So obviously we know why broadband matters, right? Public safety and emergency response is the highest priority. Education definitely has some applications, and then economic viability. I know I've heard the stories from up here. When the fiber goes down, nobody can take a credit card. And during tourist season, which just starts in a couple of weeks from now. Saturday. Oh, wow. Starts a couple of days from now. So as happy as I am for you, the traffic was really nice coming. So, but I am happy for you. But we know how difficult it can be when nobody can take a credit card and nobody can use a computer. In 2022, when I came on with Region 9 Economic Development District, 81% of San Juan County lacked 100 by 25, which is considered minimum requirements for broadband, and 6% lacked even 25 by 3. So the statistics were kind of grim. The research I did preparing for this, and I'd like some feedback, hence the notebook and pen, is that since Vero came into Silverton, 92.2%, according to them, have access up to 1,000 megabytes per second. And the next slide is a screenshot that I took off of there. Go ahead. One too far.
Oh, weird.
Very sensitive.
Hold on a minute. This
That's okay.
got a mind of its own all of a sudden.
Yeah. So according to their website, they're serving 92.2% of the community with high-speed internet. This part they're advertising. So I thought, well, I would like to check with the board and the commission and get some feedback on whether you feel that is an accurate representation.
I mean, I have it like everyone.
Show of hands or?
Yeah. You guys are in charge of the meeting, so show of hands. Or however you guys normally do things here.
According to Facebook, which is a very reliable source of information, I've seen lots of positive feedback about service, reliability, and people switching. So if that's a good measure, but I think it's got pretty good brand recognition.
Great. Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. So then my job here is done. I'm kidding. We'll go on to the next slide from there.
No, but I think, Shaq, that's a super important thing because as of 2 years ago, that wasn't the case. I mean, again, my husband's a remote worker and trying to work with the remote communication. I mean, fiber in town has dramatically changed what we're able to do in town.
Yeah.
Widespread fiber. So it's huge.
Excellent. And I'm glad it's working and it's quick. Do you guys have fast internet at Town Hall? Yeah. Great. So this is the map that Best Neighborhood shows, and you can see most of San Juan County is solid green there. So we like that. We like where this appears to be going. So if you go to the next slide, the problems that still exist are single points of failure. You guys are one telephone pole, one post hole away from shutting everything down for an unknown amount of time, right? So currently there's some strands of fiber owned by various entities that they use to get fiber optics into. And of course, you still got the radio tower, but your basic transmission comes from Durango up to Silverton. And so that means if anything happens along that section, everything north of that point is going to be out. So
Is Vero the only broadband that's available?
so it appears to be the best broadband based on speeds. I'm not going to say how their customer service is or anything like that. Don't know, haven't interacted with them. But if you go to the website and there's a hyperlink when you go to it in your packet, it'll tell you the different providers that are here and what they say that they're offering. But no, they're not the only provider, but they're the most widespread with the best reported speeds. So on the next slide, this next series of slides, I just want you guys to know with the single points of failure thing, you guys aren't alone in the region or even in the state. Pagosa, a little over a year ago, had an outage that lasted almost 18 hours. And it wasn't just Pagosa Springs, it was basically everything east of Bayfield was down. All of the eastern part of La Plata County, all of Archuleta County was completely dark. No 911, no anything. So you can imagine the horrors of that. The next slide. Rico since 2020 has had 21 outages lasting 108 hours cumulatively. Next slide. Cortez was taken out with the strike, and this was in 2021. They've been up most of the time since then. The next slide. So all around the state, we have these single points of failure issues. So what we and our neighboring regions are working to do is construct and secure leases on existing fiber to first build a ring around the state that would connect Denver to Grand Junction, to Durango, to Walsenburg, and then back up to Denver. So that these single points of failures, and the pictures represented here, Glenwood Springs, when they have their mudslides and rock slides, always takes out the fiber. Guess what? Everything west of that disturbance goes down and doesn't reach Denver. Always construction in Denver. When we have wildfires in Southwest, how many of you know we're in a drought after this winter, right? The good news I'm here to tell you is at least we're not allowed to hire firefighters for the Forest Service. So there's that. Keep a stiff upper lip, but when we have the wildfires down here, obviously it can take out this fiber paths when they're doing construction in the San Luis Valley. So the first goal that we have is trying to build a ring around the southwest portion of the state. We're working hard with Region 10, with the Colorado Broadband Office, Region 8, trying to get these pieces together. On the next slide, go into a little bit more detail about how that'll work. We're going to build this out with a backbone set of fiber and an access set of fiber. So total, all we need to have is 4 strands of fiber. So we'll be able to lease that from some existing lines, and we'll have to overbuild that in some areas where there are none. If you go to the next slide, please. And then what we envision doing is off of those main strands, dropping down to carrier neutral locations, which is a fancy word for a small data center where the different ISPs in any location can put their equipment into racks next to where our racks will be, and we can jumper across and share that upstream connectivity to the tier 1 internet service provider locations in Denver and our path to Salt Lake City. So on the next slide, it's just kind of a breakdown of what that looks like inside of a carrier neutral location. We would be connecting the backbone, which is 2 pairs of fiber and 2 pairs of access fiber. And we would, of course, have in there equipment to light that fiber and then to route that fiber. So what that means is on the next stage, I'm going to talk to you, or next slide, I'm going to talk to you about optical capacity. Instead of needing 144 strands of fiber to carry your traffic to Denver, the backbone can be made up of 2 strands of fiber. The acronym that you see there, DWDM, that's called, it's a newer technology. It stands for Digital Wavelength Division Multiplexing. So say that back to me.
DWDM.
DWDM, very good, Madam Mayor. We appreciate that. So by multiplexing the light, that means that we're able to take information and shoot it into light in glass, which is the fiber optic line. Light travels through glass at a known speed of 200,000 miles per second, but we can shoot light in various colors. Our eyes can only pick up about 2% of the electromagnetic spectrum, but there's multiple wavelengths of light that we can put on a single strand of fiber. And that's illustrated in the next picture about digital wavelength division multiplexing. We can shoot up to 160 different variations of light through one fiber at one time, because they're all the wavelengths have different velocities between their peaks and their troughs. So that's how we're able to put this together on such a small network of just 4 fibers. Next slide, please. The next piece of equipment that we put into the CNLs is routers. So once we can shoot the optical equipment, the routers allow us to choose the path that it goes on. So the routers will be sending paths, sending signals back and forth at all times. So once a break happens, say all of this is completed, and at some point we have Durango connected to Ouray, connected to Montrose, connected to Junction, and a strike goes out, somebody's digging near Purgatory or something, and that router picks up that the signal is not going to Durango, it would then automatically send it back through Ouray up through Grand Junction. And at 200,000 miles per second, the end user's never going to notice a difference. So what do we need to do between here and there? On the next slide, IRUs, that's a fancy acronym for lease. It stands for indefeasible right of use. There won't be a quiz on that. It just means lease, but it's in geek term. So we need to extend a current lease that we have from 6 years to 10 years on the piece of tri-state line from Empire to Cortez. We need to get a lease from Mancos to Hesperus. We need to get a IRU over the CDOT fiber that they just built on Wolf Creek Pass. And then we need to get for our network, a continuous path from Durango to Silverton. Vero already has that, but to connect into what we're doing, we need another 4 strands. And then we also need regionally 145 from Dolores to Rico. I am happy to say that that's tentatively been awarded in a BEAD grant. So that's good news. The bad news is Speed for BEAD that's in front of the legislature right now may remove certain parts that are there, which may mean that which the parts that it's removing are certain green aspects and prevailing wages and certain things like that. But if that's the case, we don't know if the Colorado Broadband Office will tell the applicant, see how many more addresses you can add, or if they will have to reapply and start the process all over again. So speed for beat isn't really speeding the process up, but that piece is going to be built. We just don't know when or what that's going to look like now. But if the guys at San Miguel Power are able to connect close to Silverton on Red Mountain, and we're able to build that last path to the substation, and we can get from Dolores to Rico, that would give us a path around the western part at that point, because Dolores to Ridgeway is already connected, and through San Miguel, if we can get Ridgeway back to Silverton and back to Durango, bam, we've got a ring within a ring at that point, and we've not only got the master ring around the state, but we would be able to eliminate some of your single points of failure as well. But it takes teamwork to make the dream work, and we got a long way to go between here and there. We also need to get Highway 491 from the intersection of 184 down to Dove Creek connected. I'm happy to say that, excuse me, Emory Telephone is currently working on that. And then the San Luis Valley from South Fork to Walsenburg, we're working in collaboration with Region 2 to see what we can do there. And then from I-25 at Walsenburg back up to Denver. So those are the leases we need to get. What still needs to be done as far as middle mile fiber construction is on the next slide. So Highway 160, this is a really critical point, needs to be built out from Mancos to where the Southern Ute Network is building to Hesperus. Obviously, if we can't connect Cortez to Durango, that whole master ring around the state doesn't work. So we're working to get that. And then Silverton to Ouray, we're going to hear a little bit about that. I was sneak peeking through the packet, really excited to see what San Miguel Power is doing, building from, well, towards Ouray and then from Ouray to Silverton. So that's going to be great. To the substation outside of Silverton, Borough Bridge, right? I know it's, and then Highway 184 from Dolores to 491, and then 491 from the intersection of 184 south to Cortez. And that, from a regional perspective, draws a ring that connects Cortez to Mancos to Dolores to 491 and back into Cortez. That will provide a redundant loop around Montezuma County. Next slide. Future CNLs that are going to need to still be built to put equipment in, Silverton, Dolores, Rico, Dove Creek, Three Springs, Alamosa, Fort Garland, Walsenburg. So I'm betting Vero's already got some cabinets here. Once I get a connection there, hopefully we can work with them to get some equipment staged there, get those extra IRUs secured. And at that point, we should have this great redundant loop within a loop that protects the state and the rural communities within this. On the next slide.
Oh, you can't do it now?
Just go now.
Okay, try it. Okay.
Was there one in between? Maybe there wasn't. So, middle mile we got, still needs to be built, CNL.
It's not going-
Yeah, that might be it, right?
How we work together.
Oh, yeah, how we can work together, yeah. So participation in regional coordination, which Sarah Moore has jumped on, and that's going well. And then identifying local infrastructure needs and priorities. So if you know of a need for San Juan County and Silverton that I didn't hit on, if you could let me know what that is, or if you want to do your homework and get that back to me, because we're certainly happy to add it to the list of priorities that we're working on. One more ball to juggle isn't going to hurt us at this point. So we do want to make sure that we know what your needs are and that we're taking them into consideration. So at this point, I'll open it up to questions if the boards have any.
Thanks, Jack. I really want to appreciate you coming up here. It's really helpful to hear this. I know, at least in my household, SMPA guys, don't listen to this, but everybody was way more disappointed when the broadband went out than when the power went out. We could handle the power, that we could not handle the broadband. So, I think a question I had was, I know when some of the IRA money came out and CHIPS Act money, like when some of the stuff to try to incentivize broadband expansion came out, there was a little bit of discussion around how Colorado is kind of at a disadvantage because of our favorite word of Tabor. So I was just curious, you know, all this stuff takes funding, and so how that's kind of played out. Do you see us at a disadvantage in accessing some of those funds, or has it worked out okay?
Well, we did end up at a slight disadvantage, not because of Tabor, but in 2022, we pursued from the NTIA middle mile funding that would have just built all those middle mile pieces for us had we gotten it. We made it through to the final round on that, so props to the entire region and everybody who worked hard on that. What ended up getting us out in the end was they wanted to see more cash match requirement and less in-kind requirement. So not having funding upfront to work with did put us at a disadvantage. I felt that was a little unfair because another way to interpret that is they were giving the most help to those who needed it the least. Obviously, the ones with the least cash can do the least. So there's two ways to look at that, but I also understand the NTIA's perspective of make the dollars go as far as they can. Capital project funds and that are now expired. Our region was very successful in getting those. Those are building out many of the middle mile portions that we spoke about tonight. Region 9 was successful in helping our internet service providers bring back $36 million for those projects, which so Region 9 has a population of well under the 5 million that are in the state, less than 3% of the population, and we took home over 30% of the money for that. So that was good. But those don't come around all the time, right? So DOLA, our partners there, have been very big help in funding a lot of the middle mile pieces. In fact, the part that's going to connect Durango to Pagosa Springs via Highway 151, DOLA is footing a lot of the bill for that. They've built almost all of the CNLs in our region and in Region 10. So DOLA has been an important funder for that. Unfortunately, they used to have a broadband set aside in energy impact. We were unsuccessful in getting some of that money that's going to buy the optical and routing equipment. But last year was the last year for that. They're moving on from broadband and focusing on housing. So we're really hoping that the Colorado Broadband Office is going to step up with some middle mile programs. But we don't know yet. We haven't seen that. So there are going to be some funding shortfalls that have to be addressed. That was a long-winded way of saying, yes, we've had some funding problems.
Well, I think too, you know, this came up when the internet was out, is just saying, we're all happy to articulate our story, right? If we need to sell our story about how vulnerable we are and how much those kinds of things impact us. I know I chatted with the commissioners and we had talked to sport, just those kinds of things are really important to us. So I think it's such a testimony to Region 9's work. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Shaq, for representing us, because we all don't have the capacity to be those advocates in the same way. So appreciate that.
Thank you.
Other questions from my colleagues?
We do have Sid Arnold on here. He is a guest. If he wanted to speak, he can raise his hand, or I can.
Oh, yeah, and Sid's from Vero, so if there's anything to add from the Vero perspective. And any other questions from the Board of Commissioners?
All right, so you are all either so enlightened you don't need to ask anything, or so confused you don't know what to ask. But thank you for your time.
Thanks, Shaq.
All right. Thank you for that. Next up, we have the CEO of SMPA, Brad Zaprowski.
That was close. Zaporski.
Zaprowski.
No problem at all.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Thanks for having us up. Good to see everybody. Whenever you guys get together, it's a good chance for us to talk to everyone. We brought quite a team here. We'll be quick, I promise. But one of the reasons we brought a bunch of folks up is because if you didn't know, we're going through a little bit of a transition on our board. Terry Rhodes, who has served as your director for this district, which is essentially Uray and Silverton, isn't going to run again. So currently, we do have Jake Kurzweil from Silverton, who is running unopposed. And so barring any changes, he will be elected at our annual meeting in June. So it's a good time for us to come up, touch base with you all, talk to you about a bunch of projects we have going on. We'll try to stay relevant. Thanks for that, by the way, Shaq. That was informative. I got to say, you might have the coolest name I've ever heard. And then, yeah, we're going to go over the Red Mountain Electric Reliability and Broadband Improvement Project. Again, that's close to the light acronym that he had, but that's a long one. But it's our project over Red Mountain to rebuild the transmission and bring in a redundant line of broad fiber. And then we're going to talk to you a little bit of a planned outage we got going on at Cement Creek. Keep you up to date on that. We want to talk to you a little bit about rates. Time of use rates are upon us, so we can talk a little bit about that. And then I believe Terry and Eco Action and Team Gold are going to cover possible microgrid up here in Silverton and some other things that San Miguel Power is also involved with. So with that, we will bring up the team. We're going to start talking about the Red Mountain project, and we're going to have Jeremy Fox, who's our Chief Operating Officer, who is largely in charge of running the day-to-day operations of the utility for us. Jeremy?
Thanks, Brad. Good to see you all again.
Thanks.
Awesome to see you online. Good to talk to you. Just some quick updates on our Red Mountain project. As many of you know, we've been working on this over a number of years. You can go ahead and go to the next slide if you'd like. We've had to split this up a little bit more than we thought we were going to because of the cost. This is one of the biggest infrastructure projects that San Miguel Power has ever embarked on. We split this up into different sections. We've actually completed a section between the Idorado and the Red Mountain subs, which is up there between the switchbacks. That's section 2 shown here. And then next year, we're going to have to work on the section closer to Uray. This is not including the Ruby Walls section, but there's some work inside town and some work up there in the switchbacks above the Ruby Walls section we'll be working on. And with that includes your favorite thing is we're going to have to do a couple of traffic stops and some road closures later in the season, but I want to tell you what those are. We're looking at some 10 to 15 minute holds here in early May, just while we do some rockfall mitigation, just above some structures there towards Uray. These will be happening between mile marker 87 and 89, which if you're familiar with that, that's right at the Crystal Lake and right at the County Road 18 turnoff where we did it before. Throughout May and through June, we'll be doing some intermittent closures. Usually those will be 10 to 15 minutes, not necessarily all the time, but as they're moving stuff across the road. And then the 5-hour blocks, the larger ones that we're going to have to do, where we're actually pulling in wire with a helicopter, those are going to happen in early September. And this is all compliant with our CDOT permit that we just got back yesterday. We're still working on the notice to proceed, but I wanted to give you guys a heads up on those road closures. Of course, that typically does not fall on any weekends, holidays, the typical events that are going on as we have in years past. We'll be compliant with that. And let's see, is there another slide, Gloria? What's the next slide?
Are those 5-hour closures just for the whole section or just the section you're working on?
It'll be the section we're working on, which will be from Crystal Lake down to County Road 18, turn off, and those switchbacks right there.
Yes.
And that is while we're pulling in the conductor after we built the line or built the structures. We have to shut down the road completely.
Okay.
So per CDOT's request, we're going to do a 5-hour block closure instead of trying to hold traffic.
Got it.
Similar to what we've done in the years past. Fortunately, we probably have a couple more years of building if our finances work out and we'll have that project completed, which also will get that fiber that he was just talking about from Uray up to the Burbridge substation. Doesn't get it all the way to Silverton, but it gets it to the top of the mountain. And we're looking.
See it.
Yeah, you can see it. With that, I want to introduce Eric Pottorff. He's our new operations manager. He's got a couple of other projects we're doing in town and nearby. And thank you for doing other questions. I'll have Eric come right up.
Good evening, everyone. As Jeremy said, I'm the new operations manager for San Miguel Power. I've been with them 20 years and I was on the line crew in Ridgeway for 12 of those. and then a service tech that planned the work. That's the only picture you'll see me in a tie. So I'm very familiar with Silverton and the importance of power here. Been on several large outages, including the fire here, which was a really cold night. So I understand the importance of it. A couple updates. May 6th, we were going to have the whole town out for the Cement Creek outage. That has been postponed due to equipment delays.
So it's not May 6th.
It will not be May 6th. That will be postponed until the fall. And the other thing, I touched base with Doug Dean today from Tri-State, and there will be some vegetation management and fire mitigation work done from the town of Silverton to Cold Bank Pass. So, and that will be in June. So he wanted me to kind of go over that. I would like to touch on the reliability of things. We understand how important it is for power in these isolated communities. And so you have our full commitment, continued commitment from me to make sure that we do everything needed. When Jeff needs help or if he's out of town, we'll always send somebody over. So. And with that, I'd like to introduce Alex to talk about the cool stuff.
Thanks, Eric. And thanks all for having us here at this joint work session. Wanted to talk a little bit about kind of a shift in the way that we are charging for power. And we are, May 1st is, I think, Thursday. So at that point, we're going to move from our current rate structure to a new rate structure. And currently, we're charging for electricity completely agnostic of the time of day. Same rate all the time. It's about it's 13 cents and a little more past the decimal. But that structure is and pretty much always has been kind of false, because the fact of the matter is electricity is expensive during a certain part of the day and it's cheaper during the rest of the day. So we've kind of, our first step was to sort of identify where that is. And we've designated the peak as this 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. period. So after extensive research, looking at power, different power users, different profiles, and the ways that different rates might affect those, we did come up with and presented to our board, which was approved, a new rate structure. So if it was 13 cents, it's, as we're standing here right now, it's 13 cents per kilowatt hour. And a kilowatt hour is just that packet of energy that we sell. For 19 hours out of a 24-hour day, that price is going down. So instead of 13 cents, it'll be 11 cents. Now during the peak, it'll go to 22. And the net effect of this is that it won't be that much of a difference, assuming people don't make any changes in the way they use power, because the extra that they'll be paying during the peak is offset by the savings that they don't pay during off-peak. So that's the move. The additional good news is that because there is now a differential between your peak and your off-peak, it is now possible for consumers to change the way that they use energy and potentially save money. So, and the question I get a lot is, well, 4 to 9, that's when we're having dinner. We're not going to not cook dinner, or we need, the kids doing homework. Those are not the loads we're talking about. That you can watch the entire 5 seasons of Stranger Things, okay, for the amount of power it takes to heat your water heater for 1 hour. Okay, your hot water, that's something. Snow melt systems, those are high energy users. And so we're trying to direct with our marketing, we're trying to direct people's attention to those kinds of loads. And the good news is you can move those things off peak without affecting your quality of life. So We have built a new web space on our website that has all of those tips that our consumers can look at. And, you know, we have the availability of experts on our staff that can help. We have rebate offerings for folks who want to use technology like the smart thermostats or whatever. If you want to dig in, then we've got the information for you. But the good news is, if you don't want to dig in and you just want to live life in the way you always have, you can do that. And this change should not impact you very much at all. So if there are any other questions about that, it's a pretty big deal, but there's tons of information available, and we are happy to answer any questions.
I have one.
Okay.
So it's just because I'm an excavator and you plug in equipment, especially in the winter time. So our option would be to get a timer basically and take that piece of equipment off from 4 to 9. So you're not paying 22 cents, right?
This is for charging
For heavy equipment?
heavy equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you did that, then you're avoiding that 22-cent period and you're only paying 11 cents.
From May on, this is in effect,
Starting May 1st.
starting May. So
That's correct.
for that next winter, that would be a way to go.
That's correct.
I heard something about you guys were not giving away timers, but you were giving credit for getting timers for things like that.
We have rebates for certain equipment. I don't have it on the top of my head, but we do have it on the website. So absolutely go check that out. And then if you have questions, you can call us during business hours. You know, we can sort through that. Yeah, certainly. All right. Well, I think. The question? Everyone, this is Paul Hora. A lot of you probably know him. He's our key accounts manager. So sure.
I'll just say something real quick. It's good to see everybody again. A lot of you I've met, a lot of you I've worked with on Team Gold, a lot of you I've worked with on other projects. Just to continue on with what Alex has said, as the key accounts executive, I come in to help the towns and the county and our large customers, our large users with any of these situations. One of the things with this particular rate change is it doesn't affect the demand accounts. And so if you are a higher user and you're on a demand account, it's not going to change. So these are the non-demand accounts that will change, but I'm happy to come in and do any analysis. If there's some load analysis you'd like to look at specifically, Pete, be happy to take a look at that with
What I
you.
was saying is it's not me as an individual excavator, but the county and town equipment, heavy equipment. I mean, we plug in a lot of equipment.
Yeah, a lot of those things, like if it's keeping a battery warm or something like that, we can put a timer. So it's
Block
heaters, things like that. Yeah, absolutely.
It's not even an option here.
Okay. Well, I mean, I could work with John or you or somebody to kind of look at that and help with some evaluations, look at our rebates and help you make sure you're taking advantage of avoiding those hours of use. So very happy to do that. Good to see everybody. I'll probably talk again during the Team Gold update. So.
All right. So yeah, just, there's a good chance for us to get some of our team's faces in front of you all. Just a reminder, we're a not-for-profit electric co-op. We are part of the community here. Most of us work out of the Ridgeway office, but we do have an office here. Everybody should probably know Jeff by now. And we do actually have, we have some land over here as well in the residential area that we're starting to look at designs for more housing for our staff. We do send extra staff up here quite often. And as you all probably know better than anyone, it can be hard to get a hotel room during certain weekends up here. So we just wanted to take this opportunity to say hi, make sure we're here, and thank you. Any other questions or anything else we can address? All right.
I just appreciate the attention.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for having us. Oh, and congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go to this one next. We are gonna go to Team Gold. You guys are very efficient with your time. I want to thank you for that. I'm gonna share this slide, I think. Oh, no. I'm sharing it here. Hold on just a minute.
No worries.
Almost there. Navigating without Melina right now.
And then. Wait, this is the latest one?
I think so.
Okay, fingers crossed.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, thank you, Kendra. So this is Kendra Held. She is with Eco Action Partners. And was I going to kick this one off?
Yeah, you can get us started and then I'll chime in.
Awesome. So Team Gold. All right. Team Gold was started in 2022 in response to the snowpocalypse power outages that winter. The board at the time directed me to work with SMPA to help figure out ways to stabilize our grid. And this led to the formation of Team Gold. Gold stands for Goal of Less Dependency. The team is comprised of the town of Silverton, San Juan County, Eco Action Partners, and SMPA. And we applied for and received a $100,000 prize from the Department of Energy in 2022. We were recently awarded a second phase of the prize, which was $200,000. In 2023, oh, here, I'll keep going maybe. I don't know if the next slide is there, but in 2023, we worked with Eco Action to join the Sneffels Energy Board and create greenhouse gas inventory. This led to the adoption of the Climate Action Plan by both town and county. And then we've also evaluated town facilities for solar and are designing and pursuing a microgrid for a solar garden that would be provide that town resilience in our grid that we've been talking about. So we are also looking to promote beneficial electrification, and we're facilitating a grant program later on this fall through Eco Action Partners and with part of that prize money, and it would go directly into the community. So more details to come on that as we kind of flesh out that program. So I will go to the next slide here. And this is some of our accomplishments. I want to preface that we did not end up participating in the Totally Green Renewable Energy Program for 2025, given our tight budget, but perhaps in future years. And just a lot of community outreach done with the help and capacity of Eco Action Partners. And then as well as applying for some grants through SMPA. So I wanted to kick that off for you all.
Sweet. Yeah, excited to be in front of you all today. Terry is going to speak more to the microgrid side of things and get us kicked off there. And we'll kind of circle back to some eco action and greenhouse gas emissions pieces as well. But yeah, I'll hand it over to Terry to kind of talk more through microgrid side of things.
No, okay. All right. Did the new slides make it to this?
They should, yes.
Let me just go through the 4 nuggets. So the Team Gold, Goal of Less Dependency, had 4 gold nuggets. The first was to look at a community resiliency plan for the town and the county of Silverton. And that's being mostly managed by Jim Donovan. The Climate Action Plan, which is what I think you're going to go into greater detail about here after this, is having the town and the county become part of a regional climate action plan, which was currently with Uray County and San Miguel County. The Beneficial Electrification Roadmap is another initiative that Eco Action Partners is spearheading to look at how to convert the use of fossil fuel-based energy appliances to electrification through rebates the SMPA offers, basically taking advantage of, the modernization of older things that, for example, heating that might be powered by propane or firewood or coal, converting them to, through various incentives to air source heat pumps and electric, induction stovetops, things that are more efficient and that will produce less local pollution. And then the one I'm going to talk about, which is SMPA's primary nugget, is the electrical resilience planning, which is looking at how to improve the reliability of the grid in town. And so we've made various progress on all of these points, but I'm going to speak mostly to gold nugget number 4.
Yeah, it went crazy on me. Sneak preview. Sneak preview.
So there we go. So gold nugget number 4 had 3 sub nuggets, we'll call them A, B, and C. The first was 4A, which was taking a look at the existing electrical distribution system here in town to see where it can be modernized. And as you have heard and as you've experienced in the last year or so, the primary focus of that was in upgrading or modernizing the transformer in the Cement Creek substation, which has already taken place for the most part. I think the next outage, which Jeremy was speaking to, is still with some work on that substation. But that's was the primary focus with Nugget 4A. 4B was looking at what we called key anchor institutions, which are key facilities in town that the town relies on during an emergency, especially those that deal with public services. And what we used the funding for the first $100,000 for prize one, and then the second $100,000. We came up with a short list or a long list of 15 anchor institutions where we think could use to be improved by the use of a locally sited backup power system. We've been working so we hired a contractor through EcoAction Partners to do a high-level feasibility study for each of these facilities. We're now narrowing that list down to see which of the 15 are the most vulnerable, maybe come up with a short list of 5 or so, with the idea that we could identify with the new funding more detailed designs on those that might provide the information necessary to inform a future grant to source the money for microgrids, which would be primarily battery based, and that could also include solar where the facilities would allow for solar. We're currently going to use the prize funding to hire a third-party contractor to narrow those design choices down to come up with that information. We think the best approach, rather than trying to spend a lot of money designing specific solutions for a given facility, is come up with sort of a low, medium, high size system that are kind of a package system that we could then use that as fodder for these potential grant applications. And then Paul Hora, the key accounts executive, I was a key accounts executive when this began. Paul is now taking the reins on this project and is working closely and will be interviewing various folks at these facilities to identify critical loads and also to explore the appetite if we did get a grant and it required matching funds from the facility owner, facility user. What's the appetite for coming up with matching funds to, match the grants? So that's Nugget 4B, and the Nugget 4C, which is the next slide, is looking at a community-wide microgrid. So we have worked with a similar project in the town of Ridgeway and Rico, whereby we were able to secure almost $4.5 million of funding to put in a large battery bank to power the town of Ridgeway, the town of Rico for up to 4 hours. The grant funding didn't allow us to focus on that, and the timing wasn't right for Silverton, but we're using the phase 2 prize money to hire a third-party engineering firm that has gone through the initial design phase. What you see on the right here, and it's a little difficult and kind of wonky, is the layout of a large 2.5 megawatt solar array that would be up on top of the mine cap, the solar sunny side, I think you call it. And then recently we we submitted a concept paper, which is the first phase of a 2-phase approach to a large grant pool. We applied for $10.7 million to fund this microgrid, or at least fund a portion of the microgrid. SMPA would be the owners and the operators of this microgrid. And if they like what we submitted, they'll invite us to proceed to submit the final application for that grant. So we're hopeful. And this is, by the way, this OCED is the Office of Clean Energy Demonstration. They're the ones that funded the Team Gold to begin with. So we think we have a good chance since they funded the phase 1 and phase 2. We're hopeful that they're going to see this is the final fruit of our labors for this. So that's all I have on this. I think there is one other slide that has this is kind of a conceptual drawing of where the solar array would go up on top of the Sunnyside site. The battery bank would be located down at the Cement Creek substation. Just kind of gives you an idea of, the relatively low impact, the visual impact of the solar array would be on a basically an EPA Brown site where there's no other, effective use of that land. And hopefully won't be visible by many other than people way up high, they're hiking or something. But it shouldn't be, the solar array won't be visible from the town. The battery bank will be co-located at the substation, so it would be very low impact. The benefit of this, of course, is it would provide 4 to 6 hours of backup for the entire town. And then the output of the solar array would be sufficient generally to offset about 2/3 of the annual energy use for the whole town. Now that's going to go into the SMPA Totally Green pool. We can work with the town and the county to come up with some clever ways to kind of, tag that to town's use. So these are all things in the future, but this is an exciting project that was the kind of the anchor project, the largest dollar project for the Team Gold effort. And then I'm going to turn this over to Kendra to talk about other exciting parts of Team Gold.
Yeah, any questions for Terry?
That grant, the $10.7 million grant that you applied for, is there like a timeline of when you'll hear back or to submit the final?
We expect to hear back in the next month we were told maybe sometime in mid-May to give us an invitation to apply for the full grant. Likely it's a year cycle. Realistically, if we got the grant, we go through all those gyrations, we'd be looking at possibly funding and sourcing depending upon SMPA's, the board of directors has to approve this, of course, looking at, 18 months to 2 years before we'd start construction.
I think this is just such an exciting thing. I would just really appreciate it, Terry, because, the board brought SMPA up. We had these conversations like, what the heck? We have so many power outages. What are we going to do? And I think it's such a neat example of a municipality, the county. We're using, potentially brownfield site, like a regional nonprofit and our local energy provider to make something like, and OEM over there, Jim's in the back. So it's really exciting to see all these steps. I know it always takes a while, but it's really neat to see, like, we could actually get something accomplished here.
Deanna produced some really slick videos that we think the sexy part that sold this to the OCED.
Yeah.
Dana was a guest cameo on the last one.
I can tell a good story.
Amazing. Something that we want to celebrate with all of you as well, the innovative work of Team Gold, things that Terry's mentioned, as well as the collaborative nature of this partnership, earns Team Gold the Collaboration of the Year Award at the Mountain Towns 2030 Conference this past fall in Jackson, Wyoming. So this is a conference that's held every year among mountain towns. Breckenridge, Vail, Jackson, and others are there every year. And it's just a really beautiful opportunity to connect with communities that are facing similar challenges and need to approach climate action and emissions reduction in similar ways, right? So we're all learning from each other in this conference. This is the first year that Mountain Towns had a series of awards, and Team Gold beat out 34 other communities who applied for this prize. And so we got to celebrate up there. You see Terry and myself, as well as some other members, Kim and Emma of the Eco Action team. But this award is really for the full team and all of our communities to celebrate that other mountain communities are seeing the work that we're doing, and they're also really excited about it and wanted to recognize us on this platform. So you'll see the awards that are kind of in the middle of that screen there in offices, hopefully in the next few months. And yeah, really proud to share that with all of you.
Amazing.
Something else I want to highlight is that Deanne put together a really beautiful logo for the Team Gold that's on the left side of the screen. Partners are across the side. And we now have a website that is hosted on the Town of Silverton webpage. So members of the community can see the videos that Deanne worked really hard to put together, describing what our projects are going to be, what the plans mean, and what the impact is on the community. There's also just a lot of information to dive into. And if you have questions, Gloria can direct anyone in the community who's interested in learning more to the partner that would best answer those questions. But we're excited to have a landing page to share out more of this work. I'm going to transition a little bit into the 2023 San Juan County Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory and Forecast Update. As I said before, my name is Kendra Held. I'm the Climate Action Coordinator for Eco Action Partners. I'll invite Siobhan up.
Hey, I'm Siobhan Montoya Lavender. I've met a lot of you, but I'm relatively new with Eco Action Partners, but I'm from the region. And I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about the Snuffles Energy Board and this climate action plan that you guys are all now part of, which we're really excited about. So you want to hit the next slide here. So Eco Action Partners, we are your regional group for all things climate, sustainability, and resilience. And so we are, our office is in Telluride, but the team lives in Norwood and Ridgeway, different places. And so we're all spread out. We are your local team. And our goal is really to create sustainable communities where we have really low emissions, where we have thriving economies that are not creating a ton of pollution, where we have sufficient energy supply for everybody that's beneficial for the community, and where we handle our waste appropriately, which we're very excited. We know you guys are working on waste management and your waste transfer station, and we want to support that work too. So that's kind of who we are. And if you want to go to the next slide, we do this all through our governing body, which is the Snuffles Energy Board. So the Snuffles Energy Board was developed when we realized we have all these separate communities, but that for greenhouse gas emissions transfer through our communities, but also the people do. We have people that live in one community and work in a different county, and there's just a lot of movement there. And so we wanted to have a group that really could unite us and help us with planning. And so the Snuffles Energy Board, obviously named after our mountain range, came to be largely also to go after grants, because I'm the development director at Eco Action Partners, and I can tell you that when we go out for grants, most grantors are not going to want to give a big sum of money to a small individual group or individual town. They really want to see collaboration. And frankly, we want to see collaboration because it helps us share best practices and just have more resources when we're all in these tiny towns with few resources and share resources. So the Snuffles Energy Board would love to have a representative from San Juan County. We currently don't. And so it's a quarterly meeting. And in that meeting, you get to hear what's going on with the other communities, make decisions around funding structures. We have the Green Grants expansion coming up that was previously mentioned. And so we really want to make sure that Silverton and San Juan are included in the rollout of the Green Grants. And that will be conducted through the Snuffles Energy Board. And then we also use the Snuffles Energy Board to implement the Climate Action Plan, which is now your plan as well. So the Climate Action Plan is our regional roadmap for how we're going to reduce emissions while increasing population, while increasing economic output, while increasing more jobs that are going to be for beneficial electrification and for building all this great new infrastructure we're going to have. So the Climate Action Plan is your roadmap, and we have an appendix with a specific San Juan Silverton section, which you're welcome to ask questions, and we can go into that later. That is kind of our regional map. In order to kind of implement things and understand where we are and where we're going, we have conducted greenhouse gas inventories. We understand the landscape. And Kendra is going to kind of walk you through all the data she's collected there.
Amazing. Thank you, Siobhan. Yeah, you can hop into the next slide. So Eco Action Partners has a long history of gathering data and conducting greenhouse gas inventories. We've conducted the inventory for San Miguel and Uray counties every year since 2010. So that's 13 years of inventories in those communities. For San Juan County, we started a 2010 baseline, a 2022 and 2023 inventory. So we're kind of getting you into the same process as well. In 2020, we switched to use the ICLEI ClearPath inventory tool to make our analysis more efficient and ensure that we were consistent with the global protocol for community greenhouse gas inventories that's used across the nation and the world. ICLEI is used by over 300 other communities, ranging from small communities like ours to large ones like New York City. And it also has greenhouse gas forecasting abilities for us to predict what's going to happen with emissions in the future if we continue business as usual or if we introduce specific interventions. Next slide. So in 2021, the state of Colorado adopted a few greenhouse gas emissions goals. The first is to reduce emissions across the state by 50% by 2030. The other is to reduce emissions by 90% by 2050. These are the goals that our whole region has adopted. So Silverton trustees have adopted these goals, as well as the San Juan County commissioners. And this is kind of what is uniting us, where we're looking to head as a region. Next slide. So in 2023, this is what the emissions looked like for San Juan County across the board. Overall, there were 22,000 metric tons of CO2 emitted. On the right side of the pie chart, you'll see that building energy use made up 46% of that. That's the largest sector of the pie chart. So we're really going to be focusing on ways to reduce building energy use, as well as to green our grid. We'll talk about that a little bit later. On the bottom left part of the screen, you'll see that in red, transportation emissions made up 33% of total emissions. The vast majority of that came from gasoline and diesel vehicles, right? A lot of rural and remote communities are moving around a lot. And so That's a big part of our emissions outlook as well. The last sector is consumption-based emissions, which includes waste and food purchase, and that totals at 19% of emissions. So this is what we're looking at when we're trying to figure out where would our efforts be best placed? What are the sectors that we need to target the most? And it's pretty clear that that includes building energy use and transportation emissions from vehicles. Next slide. So if we continue business as usual and just keep kind of living without any infrastructural investment, any behavior change or any policy change, this is what our emissions are going to look like over time. You can see they dip just a little bit going towards 2030 as we integrate Tri-State's emissions reduction goals. And that's a goal to have 80% renewable energy by 2030. So that's awesome. That reduces some of our building energy use emissions, but everything else is staying the same or growing. And so we're not meeting the 50% goal, that green line in the middle, and we're not meeting the 90% goal either, right? That makes sense. Next slide. In order to meet the 50% emissions reduction goal by 2030, we need to integrate some aggressive reduction goals and model an aggressive reduction scenario to visualize what does this look like? What does this mean for our communities? You'll see that building energy use drops quite significantly. You'll see that transportation does have a slight decrease as well. And then there's a bit of a decrease in consumption-based emissions, but not a lot. We're really targeting transportation and building energy use in order to meet that 2030 goal. Next slide. These are the specific strategies that were modeled to produce the forecast that you just saw. So we've integrated the 80% renewables in the tri-state grid mix by 2030. We integrated the community microgrid solar, as well as local residential and commercial solar options. That's when folks are putting solar on their homes or businesses. And the way that we take advantage of that is by introducing beneficial electrification, right? So if you have a 100% green grid, right, in this hypothetical scenario, but everyone is using propane furnaces or propane boilers and heaters, they're not really taking advantage of the grid and they're not reducing their emissions. So in order to take advantage of a greening grid that is reducing emissions, we want to electrify our heating systems by using cold climate air source heat pumps and other systems that are energy efficient and electrified. So we scaled that up for both residential and commercial uses. We modeled a slight reduction in vehicle miles traveled and an increase in electric vehicles, and also the introduction of the CARE program, which is our statewide, but also managed regionally income qualified weatherization program. That's like one of my favorite programs to talk about. That's included in this as well. I'll pause. We'll come back to this maybe in a bit if folks have questions, but flag this if anything is coming to mind. In the climate action sphere, we talk and hear a lot about low-hanging fruit. How can we target low-hanging fruit? Some examples of that we've seen work really well across our mountain communities include community solar and local renewable energy projects, incentive programs like the Green Grants program, as well as SMPA's rebates, LED light bulbs, the CARE program that I just mentioned, and the collaborative work of the Snuffles Energy Board. And these are all great things we want to continue, but they're fairly easy and approachable. And they've gotten us a little bit of the way to our goals, but in the next few years, we need to really ramp up what our efforts are going to be. A lot of these strategies are immediately possible, but they require financial investment, behavior change, and incentives for adoption. I think of that as like a ladder that's going to get us to the middle part of the tree to get where the mass kind of part of the fruit is going to be. There might still be initiatives that are at the top of the tree, right, that are still out of reach, even with a ladder. That might not be possible right now, but there's a lot that we can access with where we are in the present moment. This is going to change how our communities look, the landscape, how we move through them, our health, etc. And figuring out how we can harness that change in a positive way, I think is where we can be creative and work together to create that. I'll just conclude by saying a big thank you to all of you, our partners. The work that EcoAction Partners does would not be possible without bringing partners together to see what's possible, where we're missing links, and then bringing in more folks to figure out how we can approach those challenges. So we're grateful to have all of you on board with this work and are really excited to continue working with all of you through Team Gold efforts and beyond. And with that, we have some discussion questions that we can go to if we have time, but mostly want to open up the floor to all of you. If you all have questions or concerns that we want to talk through or highlight, we would really love to have a representative from San Juan County on the Snuffles Energy Board. And yeah, I'll open up the floor to you all so much.
I have a question on the transportation side of things.
Yeah.
We're talking about like EV vehicles. How does that look? Is that just like promoting people to switch over instead of programs, people to switch over from gasoline to EV vehicles?
Totally.
Just because we are starting to know when people are driving back and forth all the time.
Yeah.
And still use regular, vehicles at the moment.
Definitely. Yes. The question is, what does an EV transition or reducing transportation emissions look like in Silverton and San Juan County? If you go back to the slide that had the kind of grid matrix, what we modeled in the scenario was 10% reduction in vehicle miles traveled. So say everyone reduces 10%. Yeah, I think this one is the right one. Yeah. So reducing that by 10%. So that could include things like carpooling, or we were at the school this morning with Mayor Krenker and Gloria and some of the students. When we were talking with them, we're like, we would really like to have a bus to Durango. And it was like, okay, great. Like, what needs to happen to make that real, right? Trying to be creative about how we're spending our vehicle miles traveled. And then the other part of it is the 25% of gasoline vehicles converted to EVs by 2030 is what we modeled. Part of that includes increasing EV charging stations that folks feel comfortable with charging capabilities and the ability to go where they need to go and charge when they need to charge. Those could be at home, those could be public stations. And then we also do a lot of outreach through EV ride and drive events. And so that's a really cool opportunity for folks to sit in an electric vehicle if they haven't before, learn about regional as well as state incentives for electric vehicles. And yeah, kind of gives them a picture of what like that feels like day to day. And I know that like changing your vehicle can be like a big switch, right? It can be like a big investment to look forward to. And so thinking about ways to make that possible for mountain communities. It's also fun to look at other communities that have really gone forward with that and where they've approached that in terms of anticipating challenges or being like, whoa, we didn't think about this. We need to like shift something and learning from their best practices.
And Tender runs an EV readiness group. And so we welcome participation in that. But the EV readiness group does ride and drive events, but also discusses things like range anxiety and how to combat that and ways that our communities get involved. And speaking of learning from each other's examples, like Ridgeway, the sheriff, is it the sheriff or the police chief, was just given an EV truck. And they were saying, okay, well, what if we need to do the full route? Can we do the full route? And they can. And so, just learning from communities and stuff like that, I think we can share examples of how it's successful and how the batteries can last in cold weather. I mean, that's another concern. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question.
This includes scope 3 emissions too, right? So assuming this would also include our heavy duty vehicles coming up and down.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this, because like our Levin ZEV standards are incorporated, like the state Levin ZEV standards are incorporated into like the modeling. So we'll be able to meet those standards across the state, which will help. And then I think there's like the heavy duty vehicle rulemaking process. So we'd be able to like reduce the trucks emissions, which are like the larger scope than necessarily like our scope too.
Totally. In the pie chart, you'll see that the lighter portion of the red section includes both gas and diesel vehicles. Those are combined. And so in modeling, we only focused on transitioning gas vehicles to EVs, but you could make the same argument that some of those could be diesel vehicles transitioning to EVs as well, as more of those become available on the market.
Heavy duty vehicle stuff is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of innovations coming up with those.
And we have to bring so much of our stuff in.
Totally.
Whether it's to the grocery store or to our home or whatever.
Yes.
So finding ways that we're driving out less and bringing in more efficiently could potentially make an impact.
It is worth noting, this chart currently does not include, so under air travel, we got asked at the school today, so they were calling us out in a great way. And so they was like, well, air travel, what's that? So we explained that, you know, we allocate the amount of travel coming from Durango that's supposedly coming to Silverton. We
3%.
out. But then someone said, well, what about the helicopters? Said, oh, we don't have any helicopter data on here. And so if anybody wants to introduce us to somebody who's willing to share helicopter data.
The other thing we can do is we can also estimate it ourselves, and sometimes that can be an overestimate just to be safe. And so, or you could provide us the actual data, and we would be super grateful for that as well. The other part of transportation is, yes, we import in mountain towns a lot of our materials and food, and then we export our waste. And all of that includes transportation, as well as it's also connected to housing, right? That's like the hot topic that keeps coming up. If you can house people locally and provide those opportunities that are electrified options that maybe have solar on the building, you're reducing those transportation miles and contributing to multiple sectors of this as well. So we see that as a really interconnected piece of the puzzle.
How would you count it if we were trying to, obviously building new houses is great, that's all great, but we have a variety of vacant homes that, you know, I'm not talking about summer residents that come and stay, but places where no one's seen anybody for 10 years. How would you count something like that in the greenhouse gas emissions where we're not building something new, we're using something existing?
I love that question.
Yeah, I mean, I think it shows up in a couple ways, right? Like, okay, let's say you have a building or a home that hasn't been used. Someone then starts using it, right? So they're, you know, increasing the electricity, right, of it. But then maybe that's someone who's housed, who was driving in from before or was coming from a ways away. And now they're local and they're right in town, right next to where they're going to be working or in the vicinity. And so it's kind of just like push and pull, give and take, but I see a lot of benefits to that. And I know Siobhan, if that brings up.
No, I think that's a great question. I also think that kind of brings to mind our other kind of like buildings and being such a large portion, and that makes me think of beneficial electrification, and it makes me think of, you know, how we can get people participating in the CARE program, which we have some brochures and flyers that we will leave with you today. But that again is income qualified for free weatherization. And so there's people, as Ken Royce points out, who are heating their home and it's heating their yard and it's heating their neighbor's yard. We want to keep that in home. And so things like that, we're able to weatherize homes, can really reduce costs, make life more comfortable, and reduce greenhouse gases. And so we're really advocating for programs like that. Also the Green Grants program that again, we've mentioned, these are mini grants to do things like install a heat pump or do some weatherization. And that gives people some incentive to take that step in their homes and make them more comfortable and more modern and
efficient.
Yeah.
What other questions do folks have?
Yeah, take advantage. We're
here. We're here.
I've got one, but the county commissioners can come and hang out with me on the Snuffles Energy Board. It's very fun. But
special shout out for our representatives from Silverton, Trustee Halverson and Gloria have both spent time on the Snuffles Energy Board. And they're awesome meetings. We have one this Thursday. We would love to have you there.
I just have a question. So like theoretically, we have some emissions reduction coming from like a microgrid, but that money is coming from IRA and the Energizing Rural Communities Fund, which is maybe happening, maybe not. Yeah. So I guess what's our other scenario? Let's say if we don't get that funding.
Yeah.
Electrify every building and put solar on every building anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. I'm not gonna lie to you. The funding environment is really challenging right now, as we all know. I do think I'm holding out hope for the Energizing Rural America kind of grants, just because when we submitted, so I worked with Terry and the good people at SMPA submit the grant for our solar array and battery here. And we kept refreshing it. This was in February and like everything was going down. We were getting 404 error messages everywhere. And it's like every day I would refresh it and then I'd be like, is it still available? Should we keep writing this grant? And so that one I'm actually hopeful for. And then maybe some of the REAP grants, again, kind of like these rural agriculture grants and whatnot that can apply to us, but I'm not gonna lie, I think it's tricky to get funding. And so I think we really welcome community input on clever ways to be like, well, what's a way that we could finance this? Or what's a way that we could, just do the study now and then pay for it later during the next administration? Or like, how can we get clever? And so we really want to look to the communities for that too and think like, how can we?
Or break it down into smaller phases, right? If you
Yeah,
can't
break
like
it
push
down.
forward with everything, which would be so awesome to do, which pieces are feasible and how do you prioritize them to still make progress towards those long-term goals and keep them ready at hand for when things change again, right? Like change is the only constant. And so not forgetting about this piece of the planning.
And then taking advantage of the things like the CARE program. And there's discounts on energy audits and things that are happening right now. And so maybe generating a little FOMO in our community that I think is well deserved because these things could go away. And so while we have these like great rebates and discounted audits, let's get our community
now.
doing them.
Yeah.
Get a really cheap energy audit, that's great way to go.
Any other questions?
I'm gonna make one last push for the Snuffles Energy Board meeting. It's okay if you can't make it this Thursday from 3 to 5. It's on Zoom if you want, or in person. It moves around. Last time it was in Ridgeway, this time it's in Telluride. We'd love to have one here. So if anybody wants to participate, it's just a great way to get your voice of your community heard and make sure you're represented in our planning.
Definitely. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
All right, next up we have Leanne. And I can pull up your slides here. Do you want me to grab these?
Panicking.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
Okay. Don't panic. It'll all be okay.
3 to 5.
Thank you guys.
Day.
Thanks for coming.
Zoom in?
Yeah.
I'll zoom in.
I can't go. So.
Oh. Computing.
All right.
Not obvious.
Executive Director of the Silverton Chamber of Commerce. And as you kind of see our new banner, we are just wrapping up our Do Silverton Right campaign. It applied a year ago for the Colorado Tourism Office Blueprint Destination Program, and we were accepted. And so I've been mentored by the Colorado Tourism Office for the last year, but that also really gives us a ton of data. It's giving us a deep dive into data. I technically still have another month with them. We still have more meetings to get in the weeds. I am in the weeds with data. So I'm going to hit the meat of this presentation. We're really going to get into this Wednesday at the Silverton Business Summit. But for this group, there's a few things that I really want to point out to the group. Next slide. So just I'm going to go through quickly just the marketing plan, the Do Silverton Right, continued collaboration, Datafy tourism data. This thing is tracking us everywhere all the time. So is your credit card. So when we talk about Datafy, that's actually a company that the state of Colorado contracts with. You're talking $30,000 subscription if we wanted our own access to this data. Because I'm in the program, I got a deep dive this year, and then every year they're going to give the chamber data so we can track and trend from there on out. And that's a key word, tracks and trends. So a unique credit card and a unique cell phone. It has to ping a cell phone tower for at least about 15 minutes to even be in the data, right? And then a unique credit card is just that. So when we get to the data, just keep that in mind. And then I'll wrap up with the tourism offices, Do Silverton Right principles, the tourism training, the chamber strategic plan, and then the nonprofit strategic plan that the chamber is going to spearhead. Next slide. I won't even explain all the things I have to do, but that breaks it down. Next slide. So it's a destination blueprint. This came from the Colorado Tourism Office. What is that? And so we're one of 8 communities participating in this last 11 months. I get 100 hours of consulting. I still have a good chunk, which is what will be the training and wrapping up data and social media campaigns. And then shared industry priorities are kind of talking about the state of Colorado. 14% of the state of Colorado's economy is outdoor recreation. It's more in the 80s for us, right? So it's a $60 billion
annual economy for the state of Colorado. So that's what the Colorado Tourism Office mission is, to protect that economy. Ever since the pandemic, it wasn't just us. The whole state was like, whoa, time out. Like, how do we assimilate tourists with these mountain towns? How do we create better stewardship? How do we create better user groups? Next slide. So as you see, the Do Silverton Right logo that they designed for us kind of fit what we were already doing. And actually, everybody's logo looks like that. So it kind of fit in with you can see our color scheme, Q codes, and then we're going to start branding the Do Silverton Right over all marketing assets and signage. And I'm going to apply for some grants to hopefully afford the new signage. Next slide. This is Backbone Gloria. This is our social media demographics. If you just quickly look at that, Instagram's to the left, Facebook's to the right. At 6 p.m. for Instagram, we have about almost 9,000 daily consumers. I call them consumers because they're consuming our content. On Facebook, that's more 3 o'clock. So your Facebook users are getting paid on the clock. And that's compared to a Sunday. And people kind of, as you see, Instagram, they kind of have the same behavior pattern at 4 Visit Silverton, not all of social media. These are our consumers. And it is the women who are consuming more than the men. And the 45 to, well, on Instagram, it is our 35 to 44-year-olds. And on Facebook, it is our 45 to 54-year-olds. So we have a little bit of an older population, me being one of those older populations, on our Facebook group. Our SilvertonColorado.com gets way over 1 million hits. It's always lodging and then weather. And sometimes they kind of outpace each other. That's why everyone puts a weather widget on their websites, which is a trick. Everyone wants to know the weather, where they're at, and then dining, shopping, and things to do. Of course, we're continuing our normal collaborations. All these are still in lockstep with each other. And most of our partners have been through we have Do Lake City Right, Do Uray Right, and then Durango's kind of wrapping up theirs. Next slide. Okay, this is the one I really wanted to have you digest. In the far left corner, that was last year's presentation. But to keep in perspective, that was an average from 2019 to 2023. And so what does that mean? Trips, right? You see trips here, and you see up here, total trips for 2024 is 3.3 million. What that means is that is someone who came into our community with a unique cell phone or unique credit card or both. What it doesn't capture are the cell phones don't even work who come in the valley, and kids who don't have cell phones or anyone traveling without one. This is just monitoring our electronic data that can be monitored, right? And so when they stuck San Juan County's geofencing in there, they had 3.3 million trips. A visitor day is literally that. So if I come to Silverton and I stay 2 days, I'm now 2 of those, right? A visitor day is a point of contact. It's an opportunity for us to sell. These are guests. This is outside a 20-mile radius. It does not track us. It's not me going down to Lacey Rose or the gas station. This knows no matter what my area code is that I live, my cell phone kind of lives right here. We're all getting geofenced off of our phones. That is money for all of our Verizon and our cell phone companies. So that is truly guests coming through our community. So think about that. Just in 2024, right? Our total trips are 3.3 million. Our average total trips from 2019, 2023 was 2.3 million. We're seeing more trips. That being said, you know, if you look on this far left corner, a couple things to point out. Pandemic, right? Pandemic. 2021 was the last summer with OHV access. 2022, which is a huge purple spike, was the first summer without OHVs. And then we kind of started to dip back down. So we hit that pandemic rise and we are slowly coming down, but not by much. We're talking like 100,000 point of contacts. San Juan County up on the far right, and we're talking 2024, that shows you the data error. Anyone being tracked should be 100. So that's even the 2% data error that it knows that it's missing, right? At least some of it. So these are our baselines. Really, it's more than that. And then this year, because we were in the program, we got to geofence downtown Silverton. I also have a report he just sent me today that geofenced Cascade, because that's more of a county perspective. And one of the takeaways him and I went through in December specifically was when we threw Cascade in, we had 13% growth in December. So here's a way we get to use that data. Guess who I'm going to market to in December, right? We can get those guys to come up. So it's also learning how to market who's around us, not just going for the Arizonas and the Texas. It's like, who's already kind of coming in on the edge of San Juan County? How do we get them to go to downtown? How are you counted for downtown? Your phone's got to be in Silverton proper as a geofence for more than 15 minutes, right? So driving past a gas station, like God only knows how many of those people, they're not even getting tracked because they would have to pull into the gas station and sit there for 15 minutes, which I guess could happen to even be tracked in this data. Moving cars are not a part of this. They're not hitting the cell phone towers long enough. So San Juan County is the 4.1 million. Downtown Silverton is 3 million of that, it being 74%. Point of interest was, and for some reason he made us pick like 3, right? And so we did Mullis Lake, Kendall, and then Silverton Mountain. So how does Silverton Mountain come into play? And you can kind of see it in the next slide, but we're not ready to go there yet. Is that would be credit card swipes there, right? That'd be more credit card data as opposed to cell phone. Mullis Lake, it's kind of iffy with cell phones, and then Kendall. So we really can't live and die on the point of interest data. What we do look for the point of interest data on the blue is for a trend. And so what trend do we take away? People staying in Silverton more than 5 days are mostly in town. And they're going to our points of interest. People on 3+ days are also in town and going to the point of interest, and the 2 days. It's our 1-dayers, right? And so we have 2.8 million 1-day visitors. That's not all our train, right? Our train is close to 400,000 unique 1-day. Train tend to be also our 2-day visitors. When I had a shop, they'd come up the day before, or they'd come back the next day because they didn't feel like, oh my God, I didn't have enough time. Or even people who are staying in Silverton and go ride the train. So the train kind of gets mixed in this as well. You can't necessarily isolate it as our 1-day visitors. But think about that. There's 700 of us sitting in here and 32 permanent, full-time residents in Cascade. You're talking 800+ people in this entire county managing 4 million guests. That's pretty intense number. Next slide. So how are they demographing this? When they tell us Albuquerque Santa Fe is our #1 consumer, what does that actually mean? So these maps to the right, like how they do Nielsen ratings for TV, the Albuquerque Santa Fe, as you see, this yellow here, it actually also includes Tucson, right? Denver market is us. In Durango, we're the Denver market. And then you have the Phoenix market. And then our other big market was Houston. That doesn't mean the city of Houston. That means a huge swatch of Texas. But our #1 customers are south of us and connecting south of us between Arizona and New Mexico. 19% of those 4 million visitor days are from that demographic. So then what does that do? That helps us like, oh, yeah, that's where we spend our marketing money, right? And then the Denver, and we've seen Denver grow, especially since the pandemic. That's when Colorado came and discovered us because people weren't going that far. And we have continually seen Denver grow. I've seen it on social media and I've seen it in these reports. And then Dallas, Fort Worth, and then look at Grand Junction, Montrose. They did isolate out Grand Junction of just that little bit western slope. So what else does that tell us? We go after our neighbors who are going to visit us 5 times a year as opposed to the, folks who are from the east or from Texas that are coming maybe once. And then Houston, Oklahoma City, we're seeing a lot of growth in Oklahoma consistently, always have. The Austin market and the San Antonio. So Texas is a huge continual part of who our consumers are. Colorado's #1 state at 31% of those visitor days. And then Durango consumes us the most, right? And that's more with frequency. And then there's our geofencing of the county. They literally draw a geofence around it, and that's where they're pulling this data. Next slide. So this is only 2024. And so, of course, we're not shocked by that. Look at our visitors, right? And again, Colorado Tourism Office really challenges us when we're using this data to kind of just look at for patterns. Don't get in the weeds like, oh my God, is that spike 4th of July or not, or Hard Rock? Like, look at July. These are in 5-day increments. So if you really look July to August, it's 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, right? They're chunks of 5. And we see the spike. And then you can kind of see the Hard Rock and all the events, but you really need to look it over in a bigger picture because we've seen hard spikes and then drops, like with a fire or droughts or rainy season. Last summer was very rainy. And the other typical is that drop everyone talks about at the end of August. You see it literally drop and then grow back up. But what I find interesting is look at September through December. And when does everybody want to close? Because they're exhausted, right? So they're still coming in here. They're just coming to a town that, not very many people are open. So that's incentive for folks to like, hey, maybe November is a good time to stay open. You're going to get all that business compared to the whole winter. And then you can totally see the unguided spike in March when unguided season and spring. But again, every year is going to look different from weather, road openings, road closures. This next year is going to be interesting because of the no snow. But we have a healthy tourism economy. We really do. Next slide. It'll leave a breakdown, and this is mostly from credit cards. But here's what I find interesting out of just looking at this trend. Look at point of interest. I think this is where Silverton Mountain comes into play. Look at the income bracket, 150 plus. That's not our town's chunk. That's a point of interest chunk. And the other thing, where everyone else is kind of in line. So the income breakdown and then the education breakdown kind of matched the income breakdown. And again, when I worked with Derek, who is the data specialist at Colorado Tourism Office, he really said that had a lot to do with, so that's where you see Silverton Mountain in that point of interest data. Downtown and county tend to match. And then you kind of see, look at the purple, like we are getting the US. There's a couple deserts. There's not many from Nevada, upper state California, Oregon, but look at all the purple, the density of where our visitors are coming from. Next slide. Well, how is it going to make us any money? How is this turning into money? Because we have the guests coming through. Let me repeat myself. We have the people coming through. My gut had always told me, I kind of feel like we're losing the sale. Because when I would go to other destination market meetings, it was always kind of us and Telluride that weren't faring very well on the surveys. Complain at time of waiting to eat, complain of some prices, our lodgings inching up there for necessarily what you could get in Durango, or even our partner in Ouray. Us, Lake City's doing a little better than us, but this particular data is 2019 to 2023. This is a heat map. This is how are people parting with their money coming through. This doesn't have anything to do with people coming through. This has to do with the ratio of them spending money in our community. And we were a healthy light blue, right? And you kind of just see, the colors. So next slide, 20 to 23, heat map. We're losing the sale. We're starting to lose the sale. Look at San Juan County has gone orange. La Plata County went a deeper blue. Ouray stayed the same. And Hinsdale County went one shade a little bit better than us, but not, we're just, us and Telluride are right on par. And that's what I had been hearing. Now, this is only 2023. I can only imagine, I kind of feel like we're hearing that a little bit in 2024. What this gives us is to have real conversations with the business community, right? Like, how are we not processing them enough in lunch? They can't even get to the shops. Are we maybe not offering the goods that the customer demographic that's coming through wants compared to a Durango? Do they have just more options? But that is an invisible boundary and a dramatic spending difference. Next slide. We did a business survey, and I'm going to get into the weeds with this at the business summit. So you got to come there to see this. And we had almost 40 business owners. And it was primarily, it was half and half, year round and summer only. And then we did a resident survey that was close to 100 residents. And it was almost 90% were full-time residents. So we did a resident survey that the Colorado Tourism Office put out there. They managed it. They did the data, gave me the results. And then we did it with the business community. The number one takeaway that I kind of got from that is there is no consistency. You can't say the business community is saying, right? You really can't. When we broke down the pies, majority of them were saying, actually, we're doing really well. And then there was a couple slivers that said, God, we're doing awful. But the way that the Colorado Tourism Office identifies that data is it wasn't like who is responding, but every router or cell phone has a unique number. And what we noticed was a couple of them that were like, oh my God, this is the worst economy ever, actually were coming from the same router. So was that hanging out in the bar? Was that in the same household? Is that employees? Like, we even analyzed it down to the social fabric of how and when and where people were responding. On the resident survey, what I took away is the majority of them totally understood the value of tourism. And that was our canary in the cage. That is Colorado Tourism Office's number one goal, is to bridge that gap between this necessary economy and the restless natives. It's not just us, it's every little mountain town. How do you bridge that gap? How do you champion for tourism? Our community actually understood that value. The majority also understood what rose to the top were the value of town events, having them, supporting them, and what they do for our community, not only our own quality of lives, but actually the impact on the economy. You guys heard Hard Rock 100's economic snapshot. That is the most viable that comes in. A lot of it has to do with his long-term lodging. And then we always say, ski joring is the 4th of July for the winter. That's what we took away. The residents understood that. So it was like, cool, about half of the work is done, right? What the residents didn't necessarily feel with that particular swatch of people who responded, who tended to be between 30 and 45 years old, was that they didn't necessarily feel that the businesses were for them. It wasn't like they felt like, this business is for me living here. This truly is a tourism business. So that was definitely one disconnect. The business community had a very positive outlook for this coming summer. And the majority of them, like literally almost all of them, one of their top concern was staffing and housing for staffing. They go one in one, because you can have staff here or people who want to come here, but where are you going to put them? Right? And especially now what we're starting to hear is kind of with this new RV ordinance, what people are just getting here and realizing that. And like, oh my God, now what, it's like, that conversation happened all winter and, they're going to figure it out. It is what it is. They're going to figure it out. But staffing and housing were kind of the two biggest concerns, and marketing for the winter. That came both with residents and the business community, especially those who are open and want to be open year round, right? And so that's where they really wanted us to focus a lot of our energy. Next slide. The Colorado Tourism Office, oh wait, will you go back, Gloria? What does the Destination Blueprint program really mean? What are we going to get out of that? And so we're getting the Do Silverton Right principles, which I'll share with you out of my consultant, Mimi Mathers, who lives in Crest Butte. I wanted to stay consistent with Lake City, Durango, and Uray because we're sharing the same guests and we all kind of have the same concerns. And so it wasn't like recreating the wheel. And those kind of came out in our resident business survey as well. And then we had an all-day work session where Mimi rolled it out to some business owners, some tourism champions, and some town staff where like, hey, does this resonating with you? So her and I over the next month are going to dial those into a social media campaign, into a marketing campaign, which then rolls into a Silverton Chamber strategic plan. During that work session, the group talked about, okay, what are the tourism priorities? Who should be the lead? Who should be, the champion? And she designed this strategic plan that I'm going to go over with my board in May. So the chamber's going to come out with a strategic plan. And then that rolls into the local nonprofit plan. We have these amazing nonprofits, Creative District, the Main Street District through San Juan Development, San Juan Mountain Association, Silverton Single Track, Powerhouse, Chamber. We have some amazing nonprofits. But how do we all align where, kind of like the master plan, right? Like how do we align? How do we band our resources together? How do we help each other? And how do we stay consistent with what the community's needs and desires are, including the business community? So we're going to go through the chamber strategic plan, and then we're going to bring all the nonprofits together and do the same thing with the local nonprofits. Local hospitality training. The Do Silverton Right is going to turn into a literal online training that is going to teach anyone and everyone, whether you're at the library, the gas station, the hotel, or the waitress, or even in town hall with visitors, anyone who has a point of contact with a guest. We're going to have our top picks, consistent talking points, just like, our friends and neighbors, Durango, Lake City, like where do we all not necessarily want to promote? Like, where's our no promotion zone? Where is our top promotions? Where are we organizing and moving people around? We have been talking, I know I've been preaching this for the last 5-6 years, Town of Silverton, that's where the credit card machines are. That's the economy. I was shocked at that 75% are hitting downtown. I kind of thought, I didn't, with Cascade, especially in Purgatory in the winter, that's guests, that's VRBOs. There's only 30 some permanent residents out of all of those units down there. So now we're getting them here, we're getting them to the center. So how do we give them a better experience? How do we train people who are just coming into our community to be an ambassador? What is it that people need to know about Silverton and San Juan County facts? How do we establish this friendly repertoire with people? All of us who have had businesses downtown or been in lodging, your best guest is your repeat customer. Your best experience are the folks who've been coming since they were kids. The gal that just bought the Alpine Tavern knew exactly that she came in 98 and jeeped and skied Crest Butte, and her dream was always to move here and open a restaurant, and she just achieved that. And so a lot of us have had that Silverton moment, how we got here one way or another, whether it was your family generations, the first time you visited, I call it the fall in love moment, when you come around the corner and you see this little hamlet. We have all heard those stories. So how do we all not get grumpy in July and August when we're tired and really align our frontline staff with facts and strategies and talking points? And so that's what's going to really be the cap end of this. I'm going to do some after hours where we're going to invite, people in hospitality to the museum, and we can do a training there and let them see the museum, cemetery, like all of our focal points around the town of Silverton, because again, it's about economy. So how do we get them to stay here, be in town, shop, eat, all those 4 million opportunities? Let's convert them back into sales. Number one goal is to see that heat map go blue. That is our canary in the cage. That is our barometer. That is what we should be measuring. We can't keep recruiting more and more into the valley of a 700 on our back because we're not making the sale. And how do we support our business community to do that? Right? Like, what is their conversion? If they're getting, 10% of that, 2% of that, you're talking 300,000 point of contacts, right? Down to if you only got 2%, you're talking 30,000 point of contacts. Like, can you convert that into a sale? When I had a shop, I had a clicker. And then I look at my sales receipts and I would judge myself about how did I convert people into sales in my shop? Can we support the business community with simple tools like that? I think we have to start having a mirror moment around here, and work with San Juan Development Association to really make this amazing entrepreneurial community feel strong, feel confident, and make the sale, because all of us benefit off of that. Next slide. Just super quick, these are some of the Do Silverton Right principles. Keep it tidy, roll with respect, protect our wildlife, be prepared for the winter, camp and adventure smart, be San Juan savvy, positive attitudes and high altitudes. And so these are what their marketing department and Mimi Mather specifically, each one of these, I have this broken down dialogue, bulletin points, just this amazing asset of talking points, consistency with our neighbors, and it just matches. They're knocking it out of the park. And then last but surely not least, this is another one of their banner designs. They've given me all kinds of options of the Do the Silverton Right. And you can see it does blend into what we were already doing. And I really appreciate all the time and effort that the Colorado Tourism Office is putting into Visit Silverton. Now that we are completing this mentorship, it opens up a lot more grants for us, for signage, for other consulting opportunities. We can now apply to have someone just even talk about our attractions. How do we build economy? Like, now we've opened that door with that relationship with them. And that'll be part of the chamber strategic plan with my board and the business community as to like, what road are we going to take with the Colorado Tourism Office? I did a really quick and easy. Did I do it? Yes, kind of. Oh, I'm almost done. But Wednesday, I'm really going to get into the weeds with all this data, including local numbers. And then this will be an online resource. And then I was talking to Gloria today. I'm going to do a couple call to the community, early morning and evening, just data sessions. Like, let's go through this together as a community. Let's really talk about facts. Not perception, not what your neighbor said, not what, I heard downtown. I hear that every day, you guys. I got to be honest. I'm like, where'd you hear that? I really want to bring the community together just to move in fact and conversations and positivity and beating each other up or tearing each other down or complaining about this and that doesn't help anybody. It affects your business. I heard that clearly in the surveys. When a business owner is having a bad day, right? And you come into the business and you just hear it, that has an effect on our community. Shop local is not just saying, hey, come support me. Shop local is a relationship. That is a two-way street between this community and that business owner, and equally are responsible for curating, cultivating, and maintaining a relationship with this community. And that is going to be the next thing I tackle, is what does it really mean? How do we really make it successful? And where do we go from here? But I find this data fascinating. I think it's amazing the amount of opportunities that we have come into our community. And we will take this as marching orders to try and make the most out of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We ran out of time for questions, but I would encourage you, if you want to come to the business summit, it's Wednesday from 1 to 3, right? And reach out to.
No, Business Summit is 8 to
1. 8 to 1, 8 to 1.
To 1.
Right, 8 to 1. I will need coffee before. So Business Summit 8 to 1, and then reach out to Deanne
Madam Warden.
You have questions on the data. Thanks for the thorough.
Thank you. Thanks, Tina.
Thanks, Dee.
Really interesting. Okay, thanks to our county colleagues for joining us. Thank you to all of our audience members who are gradually coming out. The time is 6:57. Gloria, did you have anything else?
No, we have some food for you all in the back there.
So for anybody online, we just ended our work session. We will be reconvening our regular meeting. I'm gonna give us till 7:10. Is that okay?
Perfect.
So we'll reconvene at 7:10. that out. That was from 5 to 7. So we're getting started with our regular meeting. The time is 7:12, and I'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Val.
Trustee Halverson. Here. Trustee Gardner.
Here.
Trustee Snider.
Here.
Trustee Wakefield.
Here.
Trustee George. Mayor Pro Tem Harper.
Here.
Mayor Cranker.
Here. Great, thank you. Do we have any staff or board revisions to the agenda?
Staff does not.
Okay, well, I have something, I'm just gonna add it to the agenda. So earlier today, we got to celebrate that our amazing Gloria Koshberger won Manager of the Year Award. This was at the Colorado City and County Management Association. She got the most nominees of anyone ever, nominations. So we are very proud of her and we're very excited that she's in our community. So shout out to Gloria. Very well deserved. All right, we're gonna move on to public comment. We'll do in-person public comment first, and then we'll move on to Zoom. If we have 2 public hearings today, so if you have public comment related to our public hearing items for later, please save your public comment for then, so it can be part of that whole packet. If you have a public comment related to something else on the agenda, you're welcome to come forward now. You'll have 3 minutes. Please introduce yourself. If you're on Zoom, you can raise your hand and make a public comment. Again, if your public comment is related to the public hearings later in our agenda, please save your public comment for then. Do we have any in-person public comment?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, come on, Ken, in-person public comment. Come on up.
Okay, thanks.
Please introduce yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ken Bowden. I own Handlebars. Been here over half my life, 36 years. The main reason I came here, was to discuss the trailer situation, but the real reason is I don't know anyone anymore. I used to know everyone, and now it's like it's great seeing all these new faces and it's great seeing fresh blood and that. But if you happen to be walking by Handlebar, stop in and say howdy. I mean, I'd like to meet you and know who you are because we used to know everyone in town. Now it's not that way anymore. But anyway, back to the trailers. Where'd that come from? Who brought that idea up about one trailer or the new ordinance? Maybe I don't.
Typically with public comment, we don't do a back and forth. We'll hear your comment. We can put it later in the agenda.
The largest, if not the largest employer in the town, county. Employee housing is important. I've got 4 apartments. I got 3 lots over there. There's 3 trailers on them. And I got people calling me in, like Roger, who works for Scott Fetchenheimer. He's running one of those properties for me forever. He goes, I can't come back. I said, no, I can't. I can't. Trailer's not allowed anymore. And various people, my hostess called and said, I can't find a place to live. I'm not coming up this year. Great. I guess the way to sum it up is, I could get more details, but Janice Sanders, she was on an interview and she said, this is a crusty old historic mining town with a lot of flavor. And that's just what it is. Leave it alone. Thank you.
All right, do we have other in-person public comment?
Steve Pendleton. Been here since about 2000, year-round for about 16 of those years. But anyhow, my name is probably well known among you guys, being last name Pendleton. A lot of complaints, I guess, about the fact that I had 2 RVs the last couple of years on my property, and 3 full-time workers were living in those 2 motorhomes. Going to be very hard to replace. Qualified workers in this town are hard to come by. And these 3 adult workers, and there was a minor child that was working as well, but the 3 adults are going to be extremely hard to replace. We're not getting enough qualified people up here to work anymore, and mainly because of the expense. We know it's getting higher to live here. Taxes are higher and all that, but we need a good labor force. The local community, I'd like to think, would come up and be willing to work and work well, have a work ethic. I don't know if most of you folks know what that is, but anyhow, I know Jim does for a fact. I know last year when I called him up, he was down in the laundry room doing all the bedding and everything else because he couldn't get enough people to work. Well, I'm telling you right now, if you don't have laborers, you're not going to have businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. We have more in-person public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. I'll turn to Zoom. Do we have any comment on Zoom that's not related to our public hearings? If you'd like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button. Right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. And we will move on to agenda item 3, presentations and proclamations, which we don't have any of. And move on to agenda item 4A, public hearing 25-02 USR, a request to the city special review, a request to build a single family dwelling within the ED Economic Development District in to be determined Cement Street, block 33, lots 10 through 12. We'll start, the way the public hearing will work is we'll start with a staff introduction. We'll take public comment or hear from the applicant, then take public comment, and then have trustee discussion and deliberations. So I'll pass it to you, Lucy.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen really quickly. Okay. Thank you. Yes, this is a public hearing to review case number 2502, use subject to review. Request to build a single family dwelling within the ED Economic Development District. Okay. So the required documents and application fee was submitted on February 21st. So just to note that this application was deemed complete prior to the effective date of the new land use code, which was enacted February 28th. So this application will be reviewed under the prior code, Silverton Municipal Code, Chapter 16 zoning, and all applicable code sections are included in your report. So the project location is TBD Cement Street, block 33, lots 10 through 12. The applicant is Alicia Gibson, and this is within the Economic Development Zoning District. The request is to build a 1,400 square foot single family dwelling on the northwest corner of a 7,500 square foot lot. And the purpose of this review, per the Silverton Municipal Code, section 16370, single family dwellings are subject to review in the ED zoning district. There is that code excerpt, which is also in your packet. Here is a table of the dimensional standard requirements. This is also in your packet, and you will see that the proposed structure meets all dimensional standards. So staff has found that the applicant has submitted all materials required per the code, and those materials are included in your packet. And staff has found that the application meets requirements of Silverton Municipal Code, section 16150 and 16370. So staff recommends approval of the application with the following requirement or recommendation that the applicant complies with the current outdoor lighting standards. And the purpose for this recommendation is that all public and privately owned lighting will need to be compliant within 10 years. So all lighting going in now must be dark sky compliant. And then just a note, obviously, this application was submitted prior to the new land use code being enacted because the new land use code does prohibit single family dwellings within the C2 district, which was formerly the ED district. And at their regular meeting on April 15th, the San Juan Regional Planning Commission reviewed this application and made a motion to recommend approval with the condition that the applicant adhere to the current outdoor lighting standards. So there are sample motions in your packet, but unless there are any initial questions, I'll hand it back over to the board to open it up to the applicant.
Any initial questions from the board? Should we hear? Okay, great. I invite the applicant.
Right, I've been battling allergies, so you'll have to excuse me. I want to say good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for having me. I know you have a lot to cover tonight, so I'm going to make this as short and sweet as possible because there are much more important items I feel like going around. So as you know, Lucy did a great job summarizing everything. It's pretty straightforward and you guys have already done a really extensive review on it. For many of you have seen me already because this is our second meeting and I had a public comment previously. But for those who don't know me, it's Alicia Gibson and I grew up in Idaho. I was 52 miles from the nearest town in the middle of national forest. So if you think Silverton's isolated, it's a mining town. My dad was a miner. I came here to Durango in 2004 to check on my mom and little sister. They had moved here. They were kind of having a hard time and I was visiting them and they weren't doing so well. So I was like, oh, I'll stay for a year and I'm still here. And I've been contributing to San Juan County since about 2006. I love the area. I do a lot of backcountry skiing, recreate in the out country. I have participated in search and rescue missions with San Juan County over the years, including a couple at Ophir. I have volunteered trail hours on the beginning stages of Boulder Gulch Trail. This is really a home community to me. Reminds me a lot of the little mining community that I grew up in. So it definitely holds, like, as you hear from everyone, a special place in my heart. Anyway, moving on, the lots that I purchased was back in 2019. My intent was to put a single family residential house for myself on it and COVID happened, life happened. I had a baby, I got married. My daughter's 3 years old tomorrow. Goes by fast. And so here I am finally getting it together kind of to make an attempt to build my house up there. And as Lucy has excellently pointed out, I own an economic development, which I chose for that area. I really enjoyed the option of being able to have a business and business zoning, as well as the possibility of placing a residential home on it at that time. That was in the economic development, obviously prior to the new LUC. So I am here because that's what places me here in front of you is the application for this use subject to review, simple 2-story home. And in that process, I already have taps are going in this month. San Miguel Power has been contacted. There's an application in and fees have been paid for connection. Even if it wasn't approved, all that stuff can still go in and that's okay with me. I have already a whole team of local contractors that are ready to just pull the plug and go for it. I'm literally just waiting on some finalizations on my plans. This week, I meet with my architect and engineer tomorrow, and then I can get things into Bevan. So long story short, I just lay it in your hands and you can give me your final answer and public comments. Whatever is supposed to happen can happen. And if it is a yes, it will be happening very quickly as possible. So hopefully before snowfall again for the winter. But we'll see where it goes from there. So that is my short and sweet.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just hang around, we might have questions. So now we'll open it up for public comment. So if you have a public comment related to this application in particular, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot to add one more thing. I just wanted to make it very clear that although, like Lucy said, this application was submitted prior to the new LUC, my architect and engineer, we're all designing it to comply with all of the townwide design standards, like even not just the lighting, but yes, with the snow removal, with the landscaping. I don't see, it wouldn't be right to not do that. I feel like it's just kind of a no-brainer. It's part of the community, but.
Thank you. So we'll open it up to public comment on this application. If you're in person and you have a public comment, you're welcome to come to the podium. You can have 3 minutes, and we'll also open it up to public comment on Zoom for this application in particular. So do we have any public comment related to this application? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment in person. Do we have any Zoom public comment related to this subject to review application? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll move on to trustee discussion deliberations. This is your chance to ask questions of the applicant, of Lucy, and then we'll move to decision. So take it away, board members.
Yeah, thank you for your application. It was very thorough, well thought out. I personally do not see an issue with approving this, especially since it was done before the new land use code. To have a new family in town year round is so beneficial to our town. And the fact that you're going to be hiring local contractors, I think that is very valuable. And yeah, I don't see any issues with approving.
Okay, if I just wanted to make sure that, thank you for comment. I hope to do year round. I can't guarantee it. I just want to like, I don't.
Don't worry.
Anyone. My husband, if he were here right now, is wondering what are you, hi, honey.
Out for an Airbnb.
Honey, we got approved, but we're opening a hotel on, Thanks, Amy. Questions?
Personally, I think it's a better use of that half block for residential instead of commercial anyway. So I'm glad to see another house go there.
Great. Any opposition?
My main question, I know, like, if we were just talking about the current land use code before the new implementation of the new, I think even with ED, I think what's important to me is homeowners knowing that, like, you are building in an area where light manufacturing could go next to you. It could be noisy, it could be loud, it could be dusty. And as Alicia, when we talked about this with the updated land use code, there's this delicate balance around, we want housing, we want affordable housing, we want families and people living here. And we also want to have space that has opportunities for other business opportunities. And if areas of town continue to be more and more residential by nature and by the way people like to live in their homes, that tends to discourage commercial uses from happening. And so that, I think, is the thing we're trying to do with our future land use code, is preserve areas in town that can really have commercial use and not have a bunch of really angry neighbors around them who would prefer that commercial use is not happening. Because we could have a great new light manufacturing business coming to town saying, I have 3 kids and we're going to start this new light manufacturing and we're going to make all this economic contribution to the community. We just love it, right? We're making these decisions not based on how much we like the people or don't like them or like the project, but kind of what is the best use of this space in town. And so I don't disagree with Ron that I think that area has tended to kind of have this residential feel, and that's kind of what's there anyways. And I'm also always thinking about future use. If we continue to rezone all our blocks to be residential, where in the world are we going to allow for that light manufacturing or repair shop to happen?
Number 1,000.
1,000 people? Well, where are they gonna go? Yeah, they can go to the county potentially, but I think we as a board just need to kind of consider those future implications, because every decision we make here kind of changes the nature of that block, that neighborhood, for whatever we're trying to build for towards the future. So this feels like a perfectly fine thing to approve. It's allowed under the current code. We have reasons why we could deny it, but it is allowed in the new code. It would not be allowed. which is a appeal out to all of you that we make lots of decisions at this table that affect your life. So I encourage you, read the newspaper and join the meetings and read the meeting recaps, because there's all kinds of things that happen here that affect all of us. So I personally, I think I'm in favor of this project and this application. And I just, how do you feel if a repair shop goes next to you? We're
no.
hear from you in 5 years when it's really noisy next door.
Oh, I know. And we talked about this at the last meeting and I see people's concern. But like I said at the last meeting too, I've been around Silverton for a long time. I do land research for a living. Actually, when I found that lot, I looked at every zone in Silverton and every use that it had. I looked at how the sun got in the lots. I looked at the avalanche zones and the flood zones and the uses of them. And I chose that lot. It wasn't even on the market. I tracked down the owners and I made a phone call and it just, yeah, it was something, and over in my mind, I told myself, okay, what if a pot shop goes next door? What if, anything? We do tend to say a warehouse a lot, but now it could be a hotel if it was larger. It could be a gas station. It could be anything. Between Ron and my house, I mean, there's still empty lots there. Something could happen. And I'm okay with that. Again, that's where I wanted to be. I love the train. I love how it was there. And that was the risk that I chose to take in purchasing the lot. So thank you for your concern. I won't come at you later. If I sell, I can't guarantee.
Thank you. So I think, again, we're under kind of use subject to review options. If we were under the current land use code, we wouldn't really have a lot of options. So it makes me feel good that we could say yes to this project. And I also encourage the board to keep that lens of implications for the future. That's my monologue.
I tend to agree with you. I think I'm like a little bit more uncomfortable just because we did make a very tough decision to like not open it up to use subject to review. And so you got in right under the wire there.
Wait.
And so like, we're allowed to approve this under the old code, but I do have that nervousness around precedent setting and having someone else come to us on, really asking for that. Use subject to review and being able to make that exception for them. And just to be clear, we won't be able to in the future. So I think I'm slightly uncomfortable just knowing that it could seem like a precedent setting opportunity, but it's not, to be clear.
Thanks, Lindsay. Other thoughts? Carl, Jim?
We discussed most of this in depth at the planning commission meeting, and you were in agreement to everything that was discussed there as far as everything that's been discussed here, both tonight and the last time we saw you and online. No, I think this is a great fit. I'm excited for you to become one of our neighbors and hope you decide to come to our meetings when you're in town.
I actually watched the meeting. There
you go.
All right. I have been watching you.
Carl,
Yeah, I'm in support of approval.
Great. All right. Well, the options that staff has presented in front of us are page 36. I didn't hear any conditions that we're trying to insert. Unless
the outdoor lighting, is that?
That'd be an added condition.
That would be a condition of approval, yeah, that the planning commission staff recommend.
Thoughts from the board on that condition?
I'm completely fine.
Approving with conditions, or just doing the regular approval?
If you wanted to do the lighting.
Yeah.
That the planning commission and staff recommended, then it would be with conditions.
I'll move to approve application 25-02 USR, a request to build a single-family dwelling within the ED Economic Development District at Cement Street, Block 33, lots 10 through 12, with the following conditions. That the applicant adheres to the current outdoor lighting standards set forth in the Land Use Code, section 15-6-40.
Second.
Great. Roll call, please, Val.
Yes. Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Skeeter.
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield.
Yes.
Trustee George. Mayor Pro Tem Harper.
Yes.
Mayor Cranker.
Yes. Great. Great. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes that public hearing. We'll now move on to agenda item 4B, public hearing for discussion and direction on the formation of the Town of Silverton 9th and Bluff Special Improvement District. And I'm assuming, Gloria, we're kicking this off in a similar manner. We'll hear from staff, we'll hear from the applicant, we'll take public comment, and we'll have trustee discussion and deliberation.
Yep, that is correct. And Melina's not here tonight, so I'm helping cover for her. And then we also have Clayton on the line for any specific questions. So I'll give you a rundown of the Special Improvement District petition was submitted to staff on February 14th of 2025. The petition submitted to the governing body on March 24th. The public hearing notice was first published in the Silverton Standard and Minor on Thursday, March 27th, and continuously published through Thursday, April 17th. Public hearing notice letters were sent to all 10 property owners on March 31st and April 1st, depending on when we sent them. And then so this is talking about our, let me find that one. All right, so this is talking about the petition that states that being the owners of real property which shall assess proportionally for the costs to be assessed within the proposed local improvement district, and that has been changed to special improvement district, do hereby petition the Board of Trustees of the Town of Silverton, County of San Juan, and pursuant to Chapter 4, Article 4 of the Municipal Code for creation of local improvement district and to order the construction of local improvements, including extending water and sewer mains and roadways to allow development of home sites on parcels within town boundary. So the area talked about is 8th and Bluff General Improvement District. And it goes into detail in the packet on where that is, approximately 805 linear feet in length of road space, and approximately 425 linear feet of alleyway. And then they talk about the water and sanitary sewer line, and then the estimated maximum cost of the proposed improvements would be about $1,050,000, and the estimated max per lot assessment is $35,000. And then the minimum would be about $28,602. So staff, Melina reviewed the petition. She found it sufficient. And if the board decides to move forward, there is a outline of dates in the memo that you can review. I do have Steve Mead here as well, our interim public works director, who did have concerns on stormwater, and I'd like him to come up as part of the staff presentation. Thanks, Steve.
So I'm here representing Public Works and serving in an interim role. I feel like I would not be doing the town its service by not bringing stormwater drainage to your all's attention, and I guess vetting impacts of that within a sort of larger scale, say, development. And I think in the Mineral Creek Homes, it's my understanding that our engineers requested them to do a townwide survey. I think it ended up just being within what they developed. And then I know Block 74 had attached with its plans a stormwater drainage memo as well. So that's what was necessary to share with you all.
Thank you, Steve.
So.
And then another concern staff has is needing outside help for this in order for it to proceed. This is regardless a lift for staff, and we are already overburdened with projects. And so my guide is I've been talking with the applicant since 2022 on how he can build on his lot. And my job is to guide a constituent through our process. But honestly, I have not been able to fully understand this process. I've reached out to attorneys, neighboring communities, our contracted planners, our contracted accountant, and DOLA, and not been given super clear direction on how to proceed on this. And so I'm relying on the applicant at this point to facilitate the process, which is definitely not ideal. This isn't to say that we don't jump into things all the time, not fully understanding the process. That does happen. I want to be fully transparent with that. What I'd like to say is that it will be a staff burden and we will need outside help. We do have Clayton here to answer any questions regarding the memo and the DOLA information sheet as well that he provided with Melina on this memo. So you can ask those questions after public comment in the applicant presentation.
Great. Is that all from staff?
That's all from staff.
All right, so now we'll move on to hearing from the applicant. We'll invite you to come forward and then we'll take public comment and have trustee discussion questions.
Great, thanks. Hey again, everyone. I do have a PowerPoint that I'd like to try to share. I don't know if I need to be promoted to do that.
And we'll promote you, so you should be able to accept.
Okay.
And then you can share your screen from there.
Okay. Okay. Didn't know we were gonna have widescreen or not. Anyway, okay, well, everyone, to remind you, my name's Jeff Diener, and I'm one of the proponents for this special improvement district. And you know, I just want to thank you again for the time to consider all this. And I know it's a lot and it sounds like it's difficult to understand. And I have offered and I continue to offer to help everyone see the nuance and how this works. And rest assured that it's been done many, many times by other municipalities and counties in the state. And it's not rocket science, so we can sort through the details. But so I just wanted to go over the basics of the SID, who we are and why this process has value for the town. And so the problems that obviously we're trying to address here is that if the town wants to create opportunities for responsible growth, one of the issues is a lack of infrastructure extensions, and that there are at least 100 viable properties owned by individuals, not developers, that are just sitting, waiting for town services. Like, I've talked to owners who've been waiting over 40 years, and I'm sure there are people who forget they own the land. So people are waiting for a solution. Clearly, town doesn't have an extra $10 million or more to extend this infrastructure to every home site. And that's where the SID comes in. And it's really the only viable method for groups of individual landowners to be able to partner with town to make these things happen. And as it's been said, you know, over the past several years, we've worked through multiple iterations and we've learned the hard way that it's just really not possible to privately fund or finance this kind of expensive project. I mean, banks they don't like working with a random group of landowners, and they actually really do love working with towns and counties. They have, you know, specific municipal lending departments. So that's there ready to go. So again, you know, we've gone over a lot of the SID details last month in the meeting, so I won't go too deep on that. You know, if you have questions, I can try and answer any of those questions. But the biggest takeaway is that this section of the state law is purpose-built to solve for just this type of need. And that we, the 10 benefiting landowners of the project, would pay the bill for all of it via special assessments. And the assessments are just levied on the property ownership. So it's just like an additional property tax for us. And there are many cities, towns, and counties across the state who have embraced this process and have realized huge advantages that it can give to, you know, expanding your tax base and obviously growing your infrastructure. So yeah, who are we? Who are these 10 landowners? These are some snapshots. This is who we are. You know, we're not big developers. We don't have a ton of money. We're mountain lovers, dog lovers, families, and just individual owners dreaming of building a life here. And we're hoping to work with town to create this mutually beneficial solution. And so, as I've said, we've spent the last 4 years taking all the steps to craft this solution, and we've done everything in our power to minimize the need for staff to figure this out. I mean, we've hired engineers, consulted dozens of professionals, navigated legal statute with an attorney, reached out to regional contractors, and found regional banks for potential financing. And now we're coming to you to help formalize this process and just move it forward. And so, yes, there are minimal risks, and you know, we need to talk about all of these. We already have talked about anything out there, but the fact that the SID is carefully written, it's written into state law to solve for these exact small town funding problems and to protect the small town from risk. And so the risks for the town are minimal, and staff has discussed how to mitigate them. We can obviously loop in staff from other towns and counties who have more experience with this, and I've already had conversations with some of them. So staff is aware that if they need extra help with anything involved in this process, they can hire additional professionals on contract, and these costs can be billed to the SID. The financing, once that's in place, that is all insured by the value of our land. So we as landowners were very motivated to make this thing a success. If anyone did fail to pay an assessment, just like failing to pay a property tax, the treasurer steps in to fill any of those payment gaps with a lien sale. And that's something they do annually. So the benefits, obviously for us as landowners, we benefit, you know, we're finally able to move forward with our dreams. For the town, you get responsible growth, not at the hands of a developer, but controlled and in alignment with the master plan. Staff gains a new skill set and a new tool that solves a lingering problem. And also, you know, the town gets roughly $1 million in free public infrastructure. So that's about all I've got. We hope you agree that this is a mutually beneficial solution where there was none in the past. And, you know, I just want to say thanks again and hope that you can vote to move this thing forward. So yeah, let me know. I guess we've got some public comment, and then let me know if there's other questions and go from there.
Thanks, Jeff. All right, we'll open it up now for public comment. So if you have a public comment on this application in particular or this public hearing, you're welcome to come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. And if you're on Zoom and you'd like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand button. Come on up.
Hello, trustees. My name's Brendan Gibson. I've met many of you before in other presentations, though a few of you are new to me. we own a lot above the grocery store, the very bottom place on Shrine Hill. We've been here before. We had our housing plans approved and also the road and services to our house approved as well. I just want to just summarize it very quickly. So basically, we're going to, if this is approved, we can get a loan, which means we can afford to build the services and the roads to our house, and we can build our house. And that's what we get out of it. What the town gets out of it is, as Jeff mentioned, $1 million of free infrastructure. But you also get another 10, potentially more than that, families moving here or moving here part-time and contributing, 1, via property taxes, 2, by, eating at dinners at the Wyman, at, paying for their Eureka bar tabs. And you also get people like us who volunteer. We've been volunteering at Whiteout until fairly recently, unfortunately, at Hard Rock. And we're also, contributing a lot to a lot of the businesses. So we get a little bit out of it. The town gets a lot out of it. And I think everybody can win out of this. Please vote. Thank you.
Other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Patrick Champalou. I was here at the last meeting. I'm also a landowner on Shrine Hill. I came to Silverton in 2006. And to say in the word, the lady that was here earlier, I had a Silverton moment. I lived in Pennsylvania at the time, but I kept coming back to Silverton, and it was definitely love at first sight. Being part of this project, talked about how it's going to happen, how we're going to fund this, but the way I look at it is the economic impact that it's going to have on the community. You have potentially 10 homes are going to be built. We're going to be using professionals, craftsmen from the area, gravel, anything that's going to go into the construction for 10 houses. I was in the part of town at the end of 5th Street earlier, and I see these 2 kids on the bikes going home from school. And this is another potential for 10 families coming in, bringing more kids, bringing more life. I was in the new land code use meeting last summer. I came to 2 meetings, and the one thing that I heard was that we wanted a year-round sustainable economy for Silverton, not just for the summer when the train comes here. I go through the street, everything is closed. There's only 1 restaurant open. When you build 10 homes, you bring a lot of people. They might stay overnight. The beautiful Triangle Motel, which I fell in love with in 2006. And they're going to eat in the restaurants. You're going to need some, go to the hardware store to get last minute material that you need. So it's really just building the community, building the businesses, and just improving anything around it. But I think we have one thing in common when you see the pictures, and we all love nature. Actually, I met with Lucy a few weeks back when I was at the last meeting, and I went and I say, can I plant trees on the properties already? So especially with everything that's going on, and let's cut trees everywhere. So I was like, well, why don't I plant trees? So that's my goal this spring, is to actually put trees on the property. So that's it. Thank you. And sorry for my French accent.
Other public comment on this application?
Paul Zimmerman, 1440 Mineral Street. My question's kind of on the legalese. You have a maximum on the contract. So what happens when it goes over budget? I don't know. Who pays? Where does that come from? Secondly, I don't know if you've thought, I walk the road every day up there. With the drainage issues, would it be smarter to build Bluff all the way down to 5th? Straight down instead of trying to go through the Willows and Snowden and making all these crazy cuts and turns with the utilities? Actually, only 1 block more.
As far as the engineering goes, that's all been talked through, hours and hours and years with John Seitz and with the town engineer. And so this John has led the way for a long time, and this is the most suitable method to facilitate this stuff. Yeah. So,
I
yeah.
just-
So yeah, we have.
Looking at it from the top, it looks like a straight shot down to Fifth, nice and level and probably compacted ground unlike under the willows.
No, trust me, every potential avenue has been visited. Yeah.
So I'm just curious about the maximum.
Thanks.
What happens when it goes over as long as it's not hitting the other people in the town, so. Otherwise, I'm 100% for it.
Other public comment? Do we have any? Thanks.
Gilbert Archuleta, Fire Chief for Silverton San Juan Fire Rescue Authority. A couple of we just have concerns. There's no way, we're not protesting this project. We're not doing that. It's just concerns. We're here when the road was permitted to be built to the narrow widths that it was, and that was for 2 homes. Now you're going to have 10 homes and the widths are so narrow. I agree with what Paul's saying. If you come off of possibly 10th and Bluff, you might be able to put the road in there and widen it as expansion goes or whatever. But to consider that the narrowness of that road, you're going to have 10 homes and then you're going to have more homes being built up there eventually. At some point, the town has to look at it and say, what is our infrastructure up there going to look at, like as far as roads and stuff? It says there's 800 feet of extension here. There's no widths on what the road widths are. Is there a hydraulic study that was done earlier? Is it still fit the water needs for fire prevention and everything? So like I said, we're just coming to this. It's in the beginning process. As Gloria said, this is the first one been involved with too in trying to do something like this. So we have questions and we just need to know, once as it's being built out or before it goes to the voters, is there a complete drawing of street widths, infrastructure and everything else other than just what's in the packet? So those are just concerns of the fire department and we appreciate this time tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. Just a clarification for the public, and I don't know if staff wants to weigh in on this, on this as well. So kind of the purpose of the public hearing tonight is related to kind of the financing and administrative piece of how this infrastructure gets built. The actual development standards, engineering standards, and design of this project was approved previously. So, I don't have the date offhand for when that happened.
I would say a portion of this project. I just want to.
Okay, portion, yeah. That was through the planning commission. So all the engineering piece went through that process. This hearing is kind of about the ordinance of whether we set up this financing and administrative structure for this piece. And let's see, there was one other thing I wanted to mention about that. Yeah, but I'll wait till see if we have public comment. Do we have any other in-person public comment related to this project?
We do have some online. Okay.
All right, it doesn't look like we have any more in person. And we'll go to online public comment. We'll promote you to panelist and you'll have 3 minutes. If you could introduce yourself, that would be great.
I'm on my iPad, so I'm not sure it's working. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
This is Melody Skinner. I think these people are setting up the best development with the advancement of streets, water, and sewer that I have ever seen here. Instead of doing house by house or even block by block, they're doing a whole section. And I walk up there almost every day, and I'm really looking forward to walking on those streets. So go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, additional additional comment on Zoom. Yep, go ahead. We see your hand. Nick, can you hear us? We can't hear you yet, so we'll give you a minute.
Doesn't look like he's muted.
So Nick, it doesn't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you.
Oh, connecting to.
Oh, looks like you're connecting to audio, so we'll give you just a second. Oh, I remember the other quick clarification I wanted to make. Thanks, Chief, for raising about the election. One thing to note in this process is that if it does move forward to an actual election in November, that election would be limited to the people that are directly affected by this project. So this is not a townwide election. This is for those who would be affected by the special improvement district or considered one of the affected properties. It's for them to have the opportunity to vote to move forward with this process or not. It would not be a townwide election. All right, go ahead, Nick. We see you connecting to audio. We'll give you just a second. Can we hear you, Nick? Can you hear us? Well, it looks like we're having trouble. Yeah, go ahead. We hear you.
Okay, great. Hey, I had to join on my cell phone. Don't know what's happening with the laptop. Listen, thanks for hearing us out here. I was fortunate enough to speak a couple times last week. I'm here with my wife, Kristen.
Hi there. Hi, I'm Kristen.
So look, there's not much more to say that everybody else hasn't said. Again, the purpose of this meeting is the financial aspect of this. We've got a group of people here who are willing to put our money and our dreams into this and build up the community. So, just kindly and politely asking the committee here to approve this so we can all move forward. I've got a 14-year-old. We were there a couple summers ago looking for land. And when we got to Silverton, she said, this is the place we need to buy, and we bought. And this is meant to be a family home for what is now a 14-year-old girl, an 11-year-old boy, and a 1.5-year-old boy, along with our family. So we look forward to being members of the community. Thank you all.
Thanks. Do we have any other comment on Zoom? Okay, it doesn't look like it, so we'll close public comment. And we'll move on to some questions. See questions, comments, deliberation. I wanted to invite Jeff to address the question around the pricing. I think that's an important question that probably a lot of me and my colleagues have, especially in an era where I anticipate things getting a lot more expensive over the next couple of years.
Could be, yeah. Yeah. So, well, the project budget, as you saw in your packets on the petition that we presented, there's a pretty big range of the project budget. Could range anywhere from 850,000 on the low end to just over $1 million. And, we've already built in a lot of flexibility there for unknowns and additional costs. And so right now, going forward, we, the process, the way I understand it is that if we move forward, we can formally create this special improvement district, then we go to revisit the engineering and make sure all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and get new estimates, since our estimates were, put together roughly a year ago, and we work off of those. And even going into the actual construction, if we get to that point, we're still going to be working off estimates. So basically, the project gets completed, and then that's when we know how much the project costs. And so the way we deal with that is that, what from my understanding is the financing for this small a project would come from a regional bank. And they work with municipalities all the time. And so there will be put in place, there will be a financing agreement, a contract, and that will have the flexibility built into it. And so that will be a contract that's entered into with most likely with a bank and the town. And once the project is finished, then we know the final numbers and the county assessor can input those final numbers for the annual or biannual assessments. So there is not necessarily an upper limit to the construction cost right now. Obviously, if the estimates we put together when we revisit all this, if people are telling us it's going to be $3 million, then as landowners, we're going to have to look at it again, right? And this is what the vote is for in November. This is where we vote on the most accurate estimate that we have. So that's where it goes as far as the budgets.
Great.
Yeah.
So I've got a question about the financing. So the town goes to the bank to get the financing, right? We make monthly payments on that. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe it would be monthly. I'm in contact with a couple different regional banks, and I have asked them various questions. But from my understanding, we as landowners would be responsible for either biannual or annual payments. So that's how our assessments would be structured. And so I'm assuming if we're paying biannually or annually, then that would also be the responsibility to pay on the loan. So the town basically would be working as sort of the middle person because you're a stable municipality, and there are all kinds of laws in place for a bank to work with a municipality. So the town would tell the assessor, we need this payment on this date, and the assessor obviously is collecting the assessments, and then those are then transferred through the town to the bank to support the financing. Yeah.
Okay, so you have 8 out of 10 families that want in this project. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So the 2 families that don't want in it decide they want to hook up to the utilities. How does that get handled?
Well, they even though they did not sign the petition, as a district, it's a continuous district because we're building infrastructure. So sometimes when you're installing infrastructure, it has to be continuous. So yeah, if there are 2 landowners in that block who say, well, I don't want to do this, and we do end up having the vote in November. If that vote passes, then they're required to pay those assessments as well. So they can hook in, but they will also be paying the assessments.
So they have to pay the assessment.
Yeah.
If the vote is passed.
If the vote.
The vote is passed. And that's the way, so this is written into the law that, there are hurdles and pretty tough hurdles for some communities that basically the law has a bar of 51% as far as having it be a viable petition. So there are definitely special improvement districts, local improvement districts that happen where 49% of the landowners in the district don't want to do it. So, we're at 80%. That's pretty rare from my understanding. And so so we're 80%, which exceeds the criteria for the petition. And obviously we need a simple majority in the election to pass it. And then anyone who isn't interested, they're still required to pay. That's how that works.
Okay, thank you. Just go ahead, Amy.
Oh, no, you can continue.
A couple things. You guys have been working on this for 4 years. You say, this is fairly new to all of us. I think you're wanting us to rush into a decision on it. We still have a lot of unanswered questions. Even you have some unanswered questions. Our town administrator also says that right now we are just short on employees to do the work. Even the supervision of it. I think it's a great deal. You guys want to do this, but I think you're just rushing us into it. We have at this point.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess I have emailed all of you multiple times, offering to explain more in depth all of this. And I've also met with staff. We met with staff multiple times, and obviously have years of relationship with John Seitz, who, you know, isn't here to help now, but we've gone over all the details, and we've worked through our attorney to get a full understanding of how the process works. And I think that, yes, there are still questions, but I'm happy to find the answers and connect everyone with other community, other county staff in the state. I've had lots of conversations, and, you know, I'm confident we can answer any of these little questions. I know that staff time, that's the crux here. And, you know, we're super grateful for everything that they pull off. It's amazing, you know, and I'm the last one that wants them to have to shoulder more work. That's why I've said again and again that, you know, and we've talked to our attorney about this, that it's not precedent setting for staff to bring on contracted professionals to fill a couple roles, and then staff can just act in more of a supervisory role instead of being down in you know, down in the weeds on all of this, you know. You know, when we think about it, you know, there might be potentially two roles that need to be created. Maybe one project manager / inspector, someone from an engineering background, a civil engineer, and you hire them on a project basis. And the other need would clearly be on the administrative side to coordinate any of the minutiae, any of the third steps in municipal government, and to coordinate the election processes and whatnot. You know, I've had conversations with a gal named Karen Goldman, who Gloria is familiar with. She's worked with her in the past. Karen is a municipal clerk advisor. She's been a municipal clerk, I think, in Aurora for decades. She's well known across the state as the election expert as far as clerks go, and she advises all the time. So she's a resource, and I'm sure I can provide a list of other resources if staff wants to go that route. You know, we would just have to talk about the details of what they need. And all these costs go into the project budget. So this doesn't come out of the town. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask a quick question to Clayton, because it's kind of a framework question as we're talking about this. Clay, are you there? We can see your lovely picture. That's great. Thanks, Clayton.
Yeah, there I am. Sorry, I was fumbling
That's all right.
from there.
That's all right. So quick question, because I know maybe some of my colleagues read it and had some questions as well. The DOLA document that was part of the memo about special district assistance, I started reading through it and got a little freaked out, if I'm going to be honest. But then I went back and I just wanted to clarify. I think that DOLA document is when we're talking about special districts related to like Title 32 of CRS, which is more like ambulance districts and water districts and, you know, carry much more legal frameworks. And I think what we're talking about is special improvement district, which would be more Title 31, which is much lower administrative states. Is that fair to clarify? So we have a document in our packet. It kind of freaked me out, but then I kind of was thinking, wait a minute, this is really what we're talking about. So I just wanted to clarify that with you.
Yeah, so yes, we're in Title 31 and 32. The special district, the problem with all of this is that the fact that there's so many different types of things. I think we talked about that matrix that contemplates all the different types of districts, the SIDs, the GIDs, urban renewal authorities, downtown development authorities, business improvement districts, etc. SIDs are less onerous and they are in Title 31. And I realized that when I had sent this to, I sent this is my fault. I sent this and speaking with Lucy and realized like that this is gonna probably, should not have been, I would not have included this with the packet. I did not give her that direction and that was my fault. So yes, I agree with you that you should probably just ignore all of the Title 32 stuff. The reason that this document has some relevance is that Title 31 points us to Title 32 in some aspects, where they are saying like, insofar that it, look at Title 32 for this, look at Title 32 for that, so to speak, when we're going through our Title 31 requirements, but you can ignore the bulk of this document as far as like formation goes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just didn't want to muddy the waters. I know we have lots of important questions and I didn't want us to be bringing up questions that were not what we're talking about. So thank you for clarifying. It was a really interesting document. I'd like to talk about special districts for all kinds of things in town, but that's not what we're talking about today. So great, thank you.
No,
other
and I think the
questions?
big one here that you can ignore is like, there's no requirement that they have to go through like district court and all that for the Title
Yeah,
31.
that part stood out to me and all the elections for board seats and yeah. Thank you. Other questions for Jeff or staff?
I have a question for Clayton. It might be a little off topic in the future. For the special improvement district, it seems like all of you guys are intending to build single family houses to get potential residents in town. Is there a way just to ensure to prohibit short-term rental use in a special improvement district?
Yes, so when you actually stand up the special improvement district, you're gonna be creating a quasi governmental entity that contemplates, the terms and conditions of that SID that will fall within the purview of the board, which is going to be, as far as I understand it, what the petitioners are asking is that it be the board, or excuse me, the BOT, and so you can create whatever requirements you want out of it. I suppose there's nothing that limits you in that you are creating a quasi governmental entity, and you are able to make decisions as such. And of course, the main purpose of which is to issue those special assessment bonds, which is why the banks, as Mr. Diener put it, work with towns rather than wanting to work with individual property owners, because those bonds guarantee repayment. But I, as far as I know, yes, that you can set terms and conditions of that special improvement district.
I mean, I could speak to that too. I mean, the special improvement district is it's a financing mechanism, and that's all it is. This whole district that we created, this is in the R1 zone of Silverton. So no, there's no short-term rentals, period. It's R1. It's R1 zoning. So no short-term rentals. There may be some ADUs, hopefully, because I know you guys have worked on trying to improve that, make that more feasible. But yeah, it wouldn't change your town land use code.
It still has to meet the underlying land use code.
Yeah.
And that's another mechanism to control it, which are probably easier than controlling it through the improvement district, because the improvement district dissolves when the money's owed through the bonds is paid for, and so the SID would dissolve at that point. So but there are of course other mechanisms to control those properties. You could require property owners to sign basically like CCRs to build, et cetera. So, but yeah, I mean, that's something that can be contemplated down the road. But as Mr. Diener put it, yeah, right now they can't do that in any way.
Questions, board members?
Could I speak to something? No, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Steve, you're working intern for Public Works. When you asked about drainage, was that regarding what we're talking about here? Yeah, yeah.
In the development might not be the right term, but sort of been a change to the landscape scale.
Sure.
Impervious,
Yeah. Well, yeah, so I just want to let you know, and obviously you may not have been privy to what, 2-3 years ago, that we have gone through all the engineering with the town engineers, with John Seitz and with our engineer. And the approved engineering does have full slope drainage, above where we're talking about putting in the street. So yes, all that drainage and all the sheet flow has all been accounted for. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I think this is the right thing for our community, and I think this is the appropriate mechanism to use, and I really appreciate all the work the applicants have put in. My biggest concern is just around the staff capacity, and I think that it's easy to say, oh, well, include it in the budget of the project, we'll get wrapped in. And I'm really happy to support this, but I think we need to be really intentional about making sure that that happens and that it doesn't end up just kind of slipping back to our town staff. But I think that the mechanism of using a special improvement district it seems like the perfect way to accomplish what's right for y'all and what's right for us as a community.
Yeah, I can speak more on that. Yeah, staff is definitely an issue, and I'm open to all communication. Obviously, I'm open. I'm self-employed as a photographer, so I work on project basis. Obviously, I have gaps in my schedule where I can work a part-time job trying to create a special improvement district, which is, my part-time job for years now. But I've offered to help work on this. Obviously, our attorney said that's okay for me to help with certain things as long as I'm not making decisions. I know staff isn't comfortable with that, but I'm willing to help with anything I can as an accessory to the side that would help. Like, I need to bring people to the table. Like I said, other communities who've worked in this realm, whatnot. Cause I don't want this to be all on their shoulders. So anyway. Just pause real quick. They're having trouble hearing us on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, it should be way that helps it.
Okay, great. And everybody can speak up a little bit if they want to. Yeah. Lindsay, Jim?
Yeah, I appreciate the comments around additional staff capacity, adding in the kind of administrative component is definitely appealing. That's an issue I have. Last week, we set this year's priorities for the board and the town, and this was not in there. And so we want to make sure, just based on what the town is able to accomplish, they would need additional staff capacity. 2 people sounds like at minimum will be required. And I agree with Mr. Zimmerman that the costs are going to go up, being able to finance those appropriately so it doesn't leave town in a tough financial position, which sounds like it won't. So I want to make sure that is said again, in a sense. I spent some time thinking about this earlier and I don't have any questions. I think they've all been answered. Yeah. that's all I have. Thanks, Lindsay. Jenna?
I like it. I like this. I think this is the vehicle that's gonna get you all where you wanna go. I too have a question with regards to staff capacity. You've been answering those questions for us. I have concerns with regards to some of the structure of this. However, after reading it several times, it is verbatim from the state code and the state website. Anyone can go up and just look at it. It's right there. So I don't think that's a question. I think really what it boils down to is, do we have the capacity to take this on? And that's something that we have to ask ourselves and really be honest with staff and be honest with one another. But this is gonna be the vehicle to get you guys where you wanna go.
And maybe stepping back, I kind of frame this from the perspective of kind of what my colleagues have said. I totally agree. I think we've come a long way in understanding the potential for using improvement districts, right? I've been interested in them for a while because I think they can help with a variety of things in our community. But like my colleagues have said, this is exactly the type of mechanism to do this. This is how these things get done when you have 60+ property owners up on Shrine Hill, right? And so I think it's a really appropriate mechanism. Jeff, I appreciate the countless hours of, an unpaid job to kind of put this all together and bring this to us and make it happen. And I see, neighbors, I see people that want to live here, want to have memories and community and all of that here. And it's kind of ironic to me. I was thinking about this today and I said, look, in my mind, if a private developer owned all of these lots, they would come and get the infrastructure approved and the board would or wouldn't approve it. In this case, we have approved engineering and infrastructure. And the board wouldn't really have a say on whether this is a staff priority or not. It would just be that developer is hiring an engineer, putting it in, the staff's job is to make sure that it's meeting development standards. And, I know in instances that we've done before, we've had an engineer kind of on site making sure that it was, and we charge that back to the project. And so it's easier to sort of think about this from a larger developer perspective where if you had deep pockets and you were one developer group, this would just go forward because you're not beholden to a developer's not beholden to the town being the financial mechanism for this to happen. So the trick that we're dealing with here is this group of individual landowners is it has to rely on the town to make this financial mechanism work. Because you can't go out and get a loan for it. We can. So I think it still comes back to the common refrain of, I'm hearing agreement on this is the right mechanism. This is the right approach for something like this. And we're all coming off of our most recent retreat where we're talking about, okay, what are priorities for our staff? We're hiring a new public works director. Very unfortunate timing for you guys. You've been caught in administrative limbo or wetlands quagmire for quite a while. And so we're in this position where as a town board, we're trying to say, hey, we have to allocate our staff's time for the good of the community. We have a big, huge wastewater treatment collection system project happening. We have a collection system project happening. We have a wastewater treatment system happening, and that affects all of us that we really need attention for. We have big housing projects that the town is directly building, financing and building. We have deferred maintenance, we all looked at the staff's work plans, we looked at our priority list. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to say this project and this approach fits right within the Compass Master Plan. It's the right way of going about this. It doesn't put undue burden on a single group or a whole group of taxpayers for kind of individual benefit. So I've been really supportive of this approach from the beginning. And I also have to take into account, like, what is our town administrator saying in terms of what we can accomplish? And I think it's very reasonable to say that there's a variety of expenses and time that we can allocate to this project. But I work with Gloria enough to know that there are going to be meetings with banks. There are going to be financial documents. I get those emails. I have to sign them. There are going to be a whole variety of administrative tasks that have to happen. And then you add on the public works tasks that have to happen. And so I'm pitching out an idea here. What I'm curious from, and I think I need Clay's idea on this as well, and I'd be curious to hear more from Gloria, but there's part of me that wonders about kind of phasing this. Again, I know you guys have been stuck in this for a long time, but what I hear from my colleagues saying is, we like this approach, but we have concerns about the timing of this. We don't have a public works director, right? Like, we have a town administrator that is handling a whole variety of very large projects. She wears, in any other community, Gloria would be 3 different paid job positions. It just so happens that in this community, she's one, and she's manager of the year doing all of them. So my question is there a way to do the election? Because if we kick this can down the road and don't do the election this cycle, you're really stuck to go all the way to next November. Is there potentially an option where you do the election where this district is formed and it exists? And then we all say, okay, staff, you're going to take this up. You're going to start thinking about financing or doing public works related review in 2 summers or in a certain amount of time where this feels like the staffing, the structure could handle it more manageable. But that's also a question for the board of saying, well, does this fit in the top 6 priority list in 2 summers? Or is this a project in the top 10, but maybe it's not the top 5, but in 2 summers it'd be in the top 5. So that's my question is, are there options where the election could happen, but then none of the administrative work on this happens till we have more space? And then it's a question to the board of, and to staff is, even if we did that approach, are we prioritizing this? So question for you, Clayton, is that even an option to move forward with the ordinance, form the special district, have the election in November, and then pump the brakes in some fashion on financial administration and engineering?
I don't know the answer to that, Madam Mayor. I think I'd have to look at exactly what we'd be doing. My understanding is that once it goes to the election, that you are actually voting those special assessments like into place. Like, they're actually like saying we're going to start paying those.
Yeah.
So I would have to I'd have to look into what mechanisms would be in place to pause the actual construction after it's been financed. So I don't know how exactly that would work.
Or even to pause the pursuit of the financing. All of that.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a trigger the election is for project, and so I've never thought about it, and I don't want to answer something off the cuff that I don't know the answer to.
No problems. Well, so I really think the question for the board is, it sounds like there's general agreement that like this is the right mechanism to do this kind of thing. This is great. Do we want how? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I had a question.
Great.
One of the comments that was made earlier was regarding possible employee coming on, possible paying for staff time through this entity.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, we already have quite a lot of pre-construction costs. So those would be added to those pre-construction costs. If this special improvement district were officially created, we can also sit down with town and we create a basic development agreement that sets out the rules that says, well, So if town has these expenses, we're gonna hire these two contract positions. And we want this, how do we bill for this? Do you want to bill up front? Do you guys have mechanisms to float that? And how long are your accounts receivable? How's that work? We can set that all up in a development agreement even before the election. We can talk about all that. So, yes, if staff needs, this is a matter of defining the specific needs that have to happen before the election and then after the election, and what that entails as far as professional expertise. And like I said, I've had a lot of conversations with staff in other municipalities and counties. And it would be very easy to dig in a little more and ask those questions, like how much time is this taking? If you already have all the engineering, you already have all the planning in place, what is required from you, from your staff? I've talked a lot with Douglas County, and they've done, I don't even know how many dozens of local improvement districts, and which is basically the same financing mechanism. It's just for a county, not a municipality. So yeah, there are staff out there who they just do this and they have their system, and we can talk to them and say, well, what are the pressure points here? How much time is this taking? And what do we need to be aware of? And that's how I would look at it anyway, to be able to define what staff here needs as help, if that is seen as maybe an avenue forward. I mean, I work on a lot of really crazy timeline projects, and I've kind of learned to spend 20% of my time and energy on defining the problem and 80% on finding the solution. And that seems to work really well for me, and would love to help find more solutions here. So, yeah. But yeah, those gaps can be filled, and we can get more info on what might need to be filled.
I think the tricky part from a town perspective, and it's inconvenient because, as Sally Barney used to say, this is the glacial pace of municipal government, and it's super frustrating and it's really challenging because things take a really long time. Because I've really appreciated, Jeff, your energy and enthusiasm and just willingness to put in the work. I mean, I see a group of landowners and property owners who want to put in the work and are saying, let us do it for you. But from a board perspective and staff perspective, we can't really operate that way. Like, we are responsible for sort of like knowing what we're voting for and approving and being pretty familiar with what's happening with it. So there's a steep learning curve for all of us and for staff that requires a good bit of capacity building and timing. And I'm just, thinking of Gloria, and I think a development agreement sounds like the exact kind of thing that we would do. And I know how much the development agreement took when we were negotiating with Mineral Creek Homes, right? That took a ton of staff's time. And again, even though in the outcome of that, we put in some engineering time to make sure that it's meeting all the specs and stuff, I still know what the emails that's going to come across her desk and the work that's going to come to her. And I'm not totally sure how I see a world in which we hire someone that can handle those components. Now, I'm thinking about housing as one piece of this. Think about when we brought Ann Chase in as the housing executive director for the Housing Authority. Like, Gloria was doing a lot of housing related stuff and grants and pursuing all that. And as we were able to bring Ann in and do that, that relieved a ton of pressure, but Gloria still is very involved and tied into most of those discussions because she's ultimately responsible to us. And so that's the rub for me, is how we situate this really good project that is a really good mechanism in all the other priorities that we're giving to her and to therefore the rest of the stuff. But maybe someone else has really good creative ideas. It's a creative board.
Well, if I could speak, I know there's actually precedent for the West Side Improvement District, which I've gotten mixed reports about when that was happening. I don't know if that was 20 years ago or 10 years ago, 2017. In any event, there was an ordinance passed approving that district. But there was never an election, is what I'm told. So
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards has experience with this.
Other thoughts from board members on kind of like it's important, how do we prioritize it? How do we make it happen? Raise your hand.
Gosh darn it. I got a pizza here. I thought it was a
Special
pizza party. I don't want to put the car in park. You guys have been through this day in and day out, months and months, years. It's been years now. There are moving parts internally that affect everything externally. And what can we do? I don't want to use the word delay. I don't want to use the word pause, but is it possible to keep things moving in a positive direction while taking a quick step back and having those heartfelt conversations with staff? Does that affect you guys in any way? If we request and say, hey, listen, I don't want to vote no, I don't want to vote yes. I want to have real deep discussion about this topic with our board, with our team. Where does that put you guys? Other than where you're already at.
Yeah, well, I believe Melina and Clayton outlined the timeline steps.
Seen it.
And yeah, so because it is a small Tabor election, there are certain requirements that have to happen, and there has to be ballot language voted on and in place in August. So
and I'm not suggesting that far out.
Right.
Suggesting
Well, I guess, I mean,
everything I want.
yeah, I'm not, that's not my expertise. The repeated, I believe for an ordinance to become actually finalized, it has to be read a second time. And I don't know those specific timeline stipulations. I don't have all that. But like I said, I do know that the district can be officially formed with an ordinance, and the election didn't happen for, I don't know what was going on in that process. But as far as I know, and obviously we could ask Clayton on these steps, but yeah, I don't know if it can be delayed much more without basically delaying things a whole nother year.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, but I'm not the expert on that, but I believe that's what Clayton and, yeah. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
In regards to the year, like I said before, you guys have worked on this for 4 years. We've had it for about 2 weeks now. To me, we're making a rushed decision on this, although I think it's a very good plan you have. We don't have a public works director on site. We need to have him get his feet on the ground, understand what's in front of him now, plus looking at your project down the road. And we're still short on staff, which the new public works director may have ideas on how to work around that. Most of the times you need an inspector, a lot of times you'll need a clerk. He may have other ideas for that. I don't know, and I don't want to make that decision for him. So I think you have a great idea. but I think we need to put it on pause for a while.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I think we're getting caught up in the details of, like, I get, and Ron, I agreed with you on this last time of like, whoa, this feels like new, and I spent a lot of time sort of thinking about it and reading about it. And this is just a financing mechanism, not the actual development itself. And it's kind of like, I don't know if we pause it, if we'll find more answers that we need, unless we sort of start down the process of understanding costs and what it would take to develop, what staff time we would need. Like, we're getting caught up in the actual development itself and not the financing mechanism that we're talking about tonight.
That's another portion of it. It's kind of.
The financing mechanism. I mean, it does seem like it is, like something used across the state, like Jim said, is just like word for word what comes up in state statute. So we're not necessarily on the hook for paying off this project. We're just the municipal bond in between. I get concerned on staff capacity, but there's also the options for development agreements and hiring potential staff. I mean, I don't want to speak for Melina, but like hiring someone who is an expert clerk, like could be kind of a cool person to work next to. I just, there's expertise across the state, so this could be a useful tool to learn about and understand. I've expressed my concerns, and so like I'm not woohoo, like this is amazing. But I don't want to get lost in the sauce of like what it would actually take to develop when we're just talking about the financing mechanism.
Because I think there's a component where it's walking before you're running. You're dealing with the administrative piece first, which is an election. And so there's all these little steps that get us to the election. To me, that seems, I think from our last meeting, from talking to Melina and Gloria, those steps were not the real deal breakers. And once you get to that election, we're really not we're not talking about actual construction. I mean, this is still potentially like a year off, right? Because the selection happens in November. You have that whole season to kind of think about this, talk about with Public Works. So I'm super in favor of this process. But I also know that there's all the in-between steps of development agreement takes a lot of Gloria's time. Setting up the financial mechanism takes a lot of staff time. Just the learning curve, because this is a new thing to all of us. I mean, how much education have I had to do in sitting in this seat on whatever issue has come before this board of like, wow, and that's just part of the nature of sitting in this seat and the things that we do. And we have a small staff. And so if there's something new, we haven't quite seen it before. And I have full faith that Gloria and staff can figure this out. And it is the board saying that's what we want you to spend your time working on. And so it's just to me, like, is there a nice balance between keeping this moving forward administratively and not moving the other components too quickly that it's just not feasible for staff? Or the board has to be honest with itself, saying we are therefore then prioritizing this project over other things that also might be important to us. And the thing that I've learned in being in this seat for the last 3 years is that I have to be honest about that, because it's very easy to just keep saying, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it. And with this woman, often you can. And to have any sustainability in this town hall staffing, and even for the board, we can't say yes to everything. And so we have to prioritize. And so Gloria, you got to speak at the beginning. Was there anything else you wanted to add in as we've kind of gone through all of this, or thoughts you've had, or ideas, or things you wanted the board to, ways you want to center this in the board's thinking with other priorities?
Gosh, I really want to come up with a solution for you all for this. I mean, we've spent a ton of time on it already, trying to work through it. And I was the one that said, let's do if you're serious about this, you probably need a special improvement district. And you went and you researched it and you came back with petitions. And I didn't have time to do that while you were doing that. So you're definitely a step ahead of me on this one. I need I need solid legal in this moving forward. And that's a call to Clayton. I need like accurate documents coming my way. Because I think that's where I get really confused. And I need support. Some managers have like, a deputy or someone to help with all the projects coming over their desk. So I'm begging for support if we go through with this.
Could we make a request to the special improvement district for the type of staff support that we would need? Like, could we hire additional counsel? Great, Clayton, just like additional support for you to be able to move this process forward, or like making sure that that is possible. If that's an option, not have us have to take that out of our budget.
Well, I've vetted a lot of attorneys across the state, and we have one now, Durango based. He actually used to be town attorney here, Paul Kosnick, and he's very fluent in the language of improvement districts, and we went to him for clarity. And we have offered to have him meet with Clayton to go over, the details in all of this. So Paul is ready and willing to help and conference with Clayton to sort out those questions, or to conference with you. And, he did put together that memo, just explaining the broad points of SIDS and JIDs, just for you guys to have that. But yeah, he's ready to help, and, we're still paying his hourly. That's still part of our pre-construction costs. So, if that's what I'd like to get to. It's really hard to get time to have a conversation with Gloria. And that's why I really feel for all the weight on staff. But at the same time, I think that there are specific details in this process that we can nail down, and we can create a list of, what is this going to require? What's going to be coming across my desk, and who's going to help with this? And that's what we would look at to decide what kind of person do we need to bring on, to help sort this, to help work on this. So that's out there. Paul Kosnick's good.
Thanks, Jeff. Clay, I saw you got off mute. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I was going to say that I think one thing that the BOT should consider at this point, because if you don't go forward now, you're kicking it for a year for the developers.
Yeah.
But if you go forward at this point, you have no financial skin in the game. You're just getting it to the next stage, and the next stage is forming the entity. And because of the way that we do our ordinances, we got to do that right away. Well, the next, I think we have like one. I think, Gloria, you said there's no meeting at the end of May. Is that correct?
There's no second meeting in May.
So we do have to, we're talking like special meetings for this purpose. And so what I think would be in order, and something that I would like to do, is meet with Mr. Kosnick. I've worked with that firm a lot, with Duke Eggleston, and it's Eggleston Kosnick. And they've done major projects and are well versed in this sort of thing. And that would save a ton of time for me and for staff to kind of get a better timeline and game plan going forward. And I would like to prioritize meeting with Mr. Kosnick and Gloria, and actually just getting the documents in place that we would need, and looking at something that we could bring that's a lot more structured than what you're seeing at this time. So, and I will prioritize doing that for the town. My suggestion is, if you're still considering it, is to make a decision for staff to bring you back the actual ordinance to form the entity. And at that time, you could either pass the ordinance or not, and then you have a whole nother ordinance, whether you can pass or not, regarding the assessments, which will drive the election, because that's how we get the financing. So you have a lot more steps before you could walk away or not. But if you don't go forward today, then you don't have that option. And I feel like, I forgot which trustee said that, but we need to sit down and actually be able to bring you those ordinances. I've seen them. I see how it looks. I've seen other municipalities and counties do it. But there's so much information that doesn't apply in the Title 31 section here, that you really need someone who's done a lot of these. And corporations and developers have attorneys that do nothing but this. And so I'd like to sit down with Mr. Kosnick and bring you guys something more solid. And that's why I'm not suggesting you make one decision or the other, but if you want to see what the next step would look like and still not commit, but allow the opportunity to still go forward, then this is your public hearing, and you could tell staff to, hey, yeah, we want to see something better next meeting. I want to see what the ordinance looks like that we'd be adopting to stand up the entity. And then I'd like to see the next two steps so that we have something more solid to talk about. And then we can, I will commit to putting together and prioritizing a timeline and getting those documents put together and bring you guys something more solid so that you can have a more meaningful, have more meaningful data to make those decisions. But in any event, if the next meeting isn't to decide whether or not you want to form the entity, then this isn't happening until November next year.
Yeah, we're either administratively moving forward or we're postponing a year and sticking them in administrative limbo for a while. I would urge the board to be somewhat decisive. It doesn't mean we have to have all the steps figured out, but I have seen a downside on our boards when we kind of drag things out. I don't think that it behooves staff. I don't think it helps our staff very well. When we kind of drag our feet in making a decision, it doesn't really help applicants. It doesn't really help staff. And so I would encourage us that if we say, yes, we think this is the right mechanism, and yes, we want to move it forward in some way, then we should kind of decide that. To me, the big outstanding question is, or not the question, the request I'd like to make is, if we are moving forward with this, I would like to take the administrative burden off of Gloria from now until November. So how do we do that? And I hear Clay saying that he's willing to take on more of that. And that seems really right to me, in line with kind of, this is quite a legal process. And I think I feel really intrigued by the idea of engaging an attorney that has this as kind of a specialty as well. And so I guess the question I'm still trying to work out is this weird relationship between it's a separate organization to the town, but at some point it kind of represents the town. And so if Clay is working with this other firm, are we at a point where the other firm is representing the special improvement district, which therefore is kind of the town by de facto? And Gloria has such a high sense of responsibility, as appropriately, that she would see herself being engaged in anything that the town is really getting involved in that commits us to a process or a legal agreement. So that's the part I'm trying to work out, is how, if we move forward administratively, how does this not sit on Gloria's desk?
It will sit on her desk. Bottom line, you don't have a public works director yet. That's another issue.
Even with a public works director, yeah.
Well, that will come.
Yeah.
He will have to be involved. You don't want to hire somebody that's going to work for him and they don't mix.
Well, we probably wouldn't hire someone to actually do the work until after the SID is formed. So we're talking next year before development agreement would probably even be discussed, right?
Well, we could talk with Paul Kosnick. The development agreement, I think after there's an ordinance, I don't think the timeline is set in stone. But legally, I think the development agreement, and I don't think it needs to be extravagant. I think it's fairly basic.
It still takes a lot of
I mean, the rules, it does.
I've seen us go through it. It still takes a bit of negotiating.
Sure, there is that. There are templates out there. You've gone through that with a development. That development, I believe, you're talking about property near the entrance to town. And I believe that none of the engineering, I don't know where the engineering got approved, if that was after the development agreement or prior. Anyway, we have a lot more stuff already in place. And I guess the major point is that for this process to ever move forward, it's gonna take extra help the first time. And that's what I see in these other towns and counties who have embraced it. Like once you have the steps down, once you have a development agreement for one of these SIDs, the next one is pretty similar. But yes, there would have to be discussion to figure out how to take this off Gloria's shoulders a bit and Melina's. So anyway, I'm willing to help feed you guys all kinds of contacts and further info. Legally, I can't be in a decision-making position, but that's up to Gloria and you all. But yeah, so.
That's from the board.
Doing the round and round thing.
So is there general agreement that this is the right mechanism for this to happen? I don't sense a lot of opposition to this approach, like, oh, we're philosophically this doesn't seem right. Okay. I'm sensing a feeling that it's really about the process and the administration, and it is setting this as a priority for staff and staff time above other things that are also important, or centering it somewhere in there. And so at some point we need to make a decision about how we're going to do that and what we're going to do.
I mean, it's kind of what I said in the retreat. It was like, basically, this is like, I'd move forward this. We don't have the opportunistic budget to do
the
other things. Yeah. So this would be, and even, just the administration, if it's not the infrastructure going in, this is it. So, I mean, that's okay if this is something, I think it's the right mechanism.
It's the right mechanism, the timing's wrong.
Yeah. But I also we need homes, it's just, it is a priority, and I hate to be a person who says no because process.
Jim, you're gonna add something?
Does your council feel that they can take on majority of this burden between he and Clayton? As far as the time that needs to be dedicated to this?
I think he's open to it. Yeah, I mean, this is open-ended what we're doing with him right now, as far as he's been giving
conversations already, and did that not happen yet?
Paul Kosnick and Clayton, they had a conversation a year or two ago. Really in preliminary stages. So no, they haven't, I've offered to get them together over the last, 5 months or so. It hasn't happened. So yeah, Paul is willing to make time, and I mean, he's taken us on, and he's very familiar with Silverton, and he obviously was town council. He was our town attorney. So he respects the town, he understands the town, and as far as I know, yeah, he's willing to step up.
Right, my concern is like everyone else's, and it's nothing I haven't already said, and it's shifting the burden, the time is going to be required off the shoulders of Gloria and the team to other individuals that are more than capable and that can handle it. And if that can happen, I'd like to see this go forward. But I'd like to know that this will be shifted off the shoulders of Gloria and the team and be managed and kept in good hands instead of being kept going forward.
I think what it really requires for Clayton and Gloria is for the town board saying, okay, we are prioritizing that this moves forward and we are telling Clay that this is what we wanted to work on. I mean, we have funding in the budget for more legal support related to land use issues because we knew that they would come up related to the new land use code. So I think it's really the board giving a clear signal that like, hey, Clayton, this is the thing we want you to carry forward to us. But Gloria, I just look to you and say like, I think we heard from you at the opening that staff does not have capacity to move this forward right now. So I hear the board saying we want to outsource this. My question to you is how confident are you in our ability to outsource? And secondly, like that's the main question. And like, can Clayton and the outside attorney take us to the next steps of the administrative process of an election happening in November?
I mean, that would be ideal. Is having Clayton take the lead on this one. Because I feel like we're not getting very far if I'm on the lead because it gets pushed down on the priority, and if it can be pushed up on priority for him, then. But if he has the capacity to do that, Clayton, I'll let you speak to that as well.
Yeah, so now Clayton, that's the question for you. Telling the board, yes, if you want this to be the priority, I can move this forward administratively. Or do you need different type of skill or support for making that happen?
No, I mean, I can do this. I can do the administrative aspects of this and as far as drafting the ordinances and getting this to you for decision-making process. I would also note, but I would like to meet and use Mr. Kosnick as much as possible so that I'm not, wasting a bunch of time with something that someone's already done. And that is a financial burden that's going to have to fall on the petitioners. And that's something that they're going to have to pay for up and until the special assessments are made. And at which point that is pre-construction costs that will go into the assessments and they'll have to pay that back. So we're not going to go out of pocket. It's like having an independent contractor that the development is going to pay for at a later date. So it's not a budget issue now. And so if you tell me, look, hey, we really want to see this done, get us to that, because we can go up to the ordinance day, passing the ordinance for the to put this on the ballot. And at that point, you guys can decide not to do it. I can get you there because the real work doesn't start till after that.
Can I ask a question? Clayton, you're essentially saying that the bulk of the administrative work is going to happen before the election? Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I mean that as legal administrative drafting of ordinances, I will take the lead on staff presentations from going forward. I can work with Paul to get the necessary templates and make sure that we're meeting the statutory requirements as far as the assessment ordinance goes, which is the next piece, is the ordinance after the formation ordinance. I've read through Title 31, more than once. It's like Mr. Diener said, it's not rocket science, but it's also not exactly a clear roadmap. It does, it's one of those, it's like having a water attorney, right? Like there's people, that's all they do. And so, I think getting some experience with this isn't a bad idea for the town. But if I can utilize Mr. Kosnick and, that's that financial burden is going to fall on the petitioners, then I can take the lead on getting you guys the staff reports and providing the ordinances. And by the next meeting, which will be your formation meeting, have a very clear picture of what this is going to look like.
Really up to the board prioritizing that, and I think we've heard from the petitioners that like, yes, this is a reasonable part of the cost, like. We understand that this is part of the cost of making this happen. If you're still saying that, like, right, we're saying, let's outsource the legal, let's get Clayton doing, it, let's take it off of Gloria's plate, like. We're partly getting to a place where, okay, well, maybe this feels feasible to keep moving forward. I just think we need real assurance from the board, we need I sense that the board really needs to feel assured that this doesn't wind back up in the administrator's plate. Do we have a hand raised by? I mean, Nick's part of the petitioner. Yeah. How do you feel?
I think that,
I think we're coming to,
I think we should find a decision point.
yeah.
I have a question for Clayton. Clayton, I know how taxed you are. I think we all do. Can you give us a guarantee?
That I can get you to the election ordinance?
Without having it come back and land on Gloria's desk.
Yeah, I will take the lead on this and do it. I mean, I don't have, we're not hourly, but this would be a heavy month, if that makes any sense. So I will put this as a priority. If that's what you want me to do, I'll make May SID month. I'm not saying I'm not going to do my other work. I just mean, this is, I'm happy to do it. I can make that happen.
Okay, so questions to the board. We need to answer the question of, do we want this to move forward administratively, which means we need to give direction based on the timeline. We want this to happen as an option in November. We have to decide today. What is the board feeling as far as Clayton taking this on? And Gloria, any other comment from you on moving this forward in that capacity?
I definitely don't want to be the reason it's hung up. But at the same time, just thanks for realizing the load that's been on a plate. I think that was finally really communicated in the retreat and kind of through all the documents that we reviewed. So I appreciate the consideration there. And yeah, if Clayton can get us to the election, and I don't have to be the one in charge that's learning a new process and facilitating it. If I can be ancillary in some way, of course I want to be involved. I mean, I think it's a fascinating project, but I don't think I can have the time to relearn something right now. Nor do I think it's my place. I do think this is an attorney issue at this point. So yeah, I would agree with utilizing Clayton's and getting us to the election.
Does this feel like the level of support you would need?
Yeah, and like I said, like again, as long as I'm not the one prompting emails and organizing it, then yes.
Yeah.
I think Gloria's still gonna get stuck with a bunch of work. I really do. This is gonna be very involved, very detailed.
Well, involved and detailed is part of why we employ our attorney for.
With Gloria. It's also gonna be a surprise to the new public works director. We're gonna have to figure out how to work all this in. And there'll be 3 projects, probably right off the bat, big projects he'll have to deal with. What does Jeff think? He's on.
Oh. Spot early.
Put Clayton on the spot. Clayton?
More faith that we're able to outsource the engineering over time. I worry about the development agreement, those processes. Yeah,
Can
go
you
ahead.
guys do that, whatever you did with the volume thing earlier? It's starting to get a lot of weird distortion on the volume. I'm having trouble hearing clearly.
Yeah.
Just gonna be a lot. Okay, is that better, Clayton?
I agree.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Go ahead.
Muted.
Hold on, Clayton's muted.
Oh, Clay, you're muted.
Yeah, no, that's much better. Thank you.
Great, great.
Hi, my name is Laura Valdez and I'm Jeff's fiance, so I'm part owner for the land that we own. I just wanted to clarify or get clarification. When you say Clayton takes the lead and goes forward and makes May SID month, is that on the town's legal budget? And the owners are responsible for the Paul Kosnick bill? Okay, I thought that's what you were saying. I just thought so that when we go talk about that,
Yeah, you know what you're all agreeing to. That was my understanding.
Yeah.
So it goes to them too.
No, still is for us, him acting as our attorney, but consultation with Paul Kosnick as more of an expert would be billed to the.
Which we have budgeted.
Yeah.
And Clayton, what you might not have heard is that we love you and we can't live without you.
And we're gonna change your name to Sid.
That's right. For the next month and a half, no shaving, only Sid. Want to see that beard?
All right, go ahead.
I hear Ron and I'm like, Gloria, maybe I think this is a moment to not let it go on your table or like onto your desk and to push it to Clayton, you are so amazing and you want to be involved in everything. And so this is maybe me encouraging you to just give that to him.
Yeah.
Because I think Ron's right. You just want to do everything and you're amazing at it.
A manager of the year, this is why.
Hold up the plaque.
Hold up the plaque. This is why, yeah. Okay, board, so my question is to move forward, giving Clayton this as a priority or not? And if
I'd
we're
like to
not,
move
then
forward with
yeah,
this.
Cautiously moving forward.
Optimistically, cautiously.
Optimistic.
Parks and neutral and it's coasting.
Well, and I think we know that it's a challenge, and I think that a lot of the questions have been answered, and there's a lot of questions still to be answered. And the biggest one is we know it's a challenge. Exactly how much of a challenge it's going to be, there's some unknown in this process. But I think that we have to be brave. We have to be confident, and we also have to trust that we're hearing from our expert staff that they can do this.
This won't be the last time too. We'll see in front of us, right? Yeah.
So Clayton, this is for you. I'm hearing staff direction to move forward with the legal notice, the first readings, et cetera. So do you have any questions? This isn't a vote. Go ahead, Ron. Ron is not enthused, I know.
I support you, Gloria. You don't need to have staff for it. We're gonna move forward, so
Amy?
when Gloria's had enough, you'll know why.
And we want housing, obviously, we want more families in town. I am really nervous, again, about staff capacity. And Gloria, and I'm sorry, I'm just looking at her face right now. And, but again, optimistically, cautiously moving forward, this is not final, decision right now. It's just direction, and I think we can give that to Clayton and see what happens.
I think we have multiple check-in points at this, if Clayton's gonna draft our ordinance and Gloria doesn't have to be involved, that's kind of one step closer. If we don't keep taking those steps, then we are clearly saying this is not what we're doing at all. This keeps the door open a little bit, and so I would be in favor of kind of moving forward cautiously with Clayton taking the lead. And again, we can keep checking in with Gloria on how this process is going. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're moving on. Approach staff direction, Ron, noted, very noted. I think we had a really great discussion. And Clayton, did you have anything else you need from us?
Yeah, so because this was the first public hearing required by statute, what I'm understanding is that you are, after listening to public comment and having your discussion, that you are deciding to move forward to the next step, and you're directing me to bring you an ordinance regarding the formation of the special improvement district. Is that all correct?
Yes, and actually
There's the condition.
What? The commission.
Clayton agrees, this does not come back to Gloria's desk.
There is a motion in there. So in our packet on page 45, it's a motion to direct staff. Gloria, is that your preference to document it in this way?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance to adopt the Town of Silverton 8th and Bluff Special Improvement District. Does it need to say Clayton specifically or just staff? Okay. And staff is Clayton. Clayton, you are staff. Just want to make sure.
So moved.
So moved by Carl. Do we have a second? Amy seconded. All right, roll call please. Al? Trustee Halverson. Yes. Trustee Gardner. Yes. Trustee Smithner.
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield. Trustee George. Mayor Pro Tem Harper.
Yes.
Mayor Krinker. Yes. Great. You're one step further down the process. Congratulations. We'll see you in a bit.
Guys, yeah, I know that's laborious. There's lots of expert help that I can send to you. There's Colorado Municipal League, which can help with the clerk administrative questions. Anyway,
Great. Send it to Clayton.
yeah. We'll be in touch.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your time. Okay, we're gonna move ourselves on to new business 4C. This is deviation from the employee handbook request.
Right. So for this one, hold on, let me find it. I am in negotiations with our public works director candidate. And as part of the negotiations, one item that came up would be deviations from our policy 301, which is our employee benefits. And it states regular full-time employees who work 40 hours a week or past the introduction period shall receive the following benefits. I am requesting not to wait the 90 days for this intro period and to implement retirement contributions upon hire. I'm asking for direction to proceed with offering the public works director candidate benefits upon hire.
I think this is a no-brainer. This is an easy way to negotiate and we're very.
And I think we skipped the compensation study.
Yeah. I think they were out of, they're out already in the packet. So we're doing the employee handbook first. Yeah.
Great.
This seems like a no-brainer to me. Is there any significant opposition? I think budget-wise.
There's no opposition.
No opposition. You're allowed to be oppositional. It's okay. This board is for you. Raise very good questions.
Ron, you're loved and needed.
You raised great questions. Is there any opposition to getting staff structure? No. No. Okay. So you're self-directed and we are out of order of packet versus the agenda. We're going to move forward with 4D compensation study requests.
All right, so the next part of this is, so we adopted a new handbook in 2022. And we just adopted the base handbook. We didn't include any kind of direction on like pay rates, which is required when you post a job. So you would say, you know, it's from this salary range is your range. And so we have been kind of muddling through that as best we can, as well as any kind of structure for pay increases, like merit rates and what that looks like. So what I'm asking for is a compensation study to be done so that I can actually have those rates and a structure for giving either recommendations on, yes, this is your pay range, so that that's very transparent with our employees, so that they know if they're maxing out on their pay range and maybe they want to look at like the next job opening that happens here, or if we can come up with some kind of merit system for pay increases rather than just COLA, or what that looks like right now. You know, an example is we have a public works employee right now who has passed one of his wastewater tests. And we don't really have a structure to say you get this amount after you pass this test. So it would really give us that structure to be able to to facilitate the payroll. in general. This has been low on the priority for years. And as we move forward, I'm just bringing it up again to see if it needs to be prioritized. And to just clarify for the public or for all of us, you did look a little bit at the resources through CML, but it wasn't really sufficient. And because we're kind of so unique and well, and me doing it isn't. But not, I mean, yes, I can try to do that and give you my best estimates at it. But getting a professional to actually do that, it brings a lot more legitimacy to the process.
Flat states, you're very legitimate. This was no.
And I can tell you myself.
Why doing this?
What I think I should be making, but that doesn't really bring that You know, but there's a cost, you know, like last time I priced this out, it was 5,000. And that was from a larger company and that was in 2022. And so this time I'm bringing it back with you to consider $4,000 and it's a local company, which I really liked. She was recommended by Region 9 and kind of because I was actually talking to Region 9 on how I could do this. And they said, well, really, you need someone to come in and do it. Because I've been reaching out to resources to try and figure out how to do this myself. But also there's the legitimacy factor of like, oh, Gloria invented this pay range, you know?
At the finance committee meeting, I think we both felt like it was really beneficial to have someone local, like outsourcing this to a large firm, we're gonna get garbage. It's very not within the context of who we are, so this seems like the right proposal in front of us. I think it's just a budget discussion for the board. Gloria is allowed to spend up to $5,000, so she didn't have to bring it to us.
I guess that's like, two questions, Gloria. If you're up, like, you have that $5,000 ability, why'd you bring this to us?
Yeah, so I feel like I've already used the 5,000 a couple times. Okay, so you're saying I can keep going with 5,000. So at some point, when I'm looking at the budget and I think that we might go over 5,000 because I'm not kind of rearranging things, I want to make sure that I bring it in front of you all and you know that this is a possible overage in our budget.
What, would we have to redo this again in like a few years?
Well, I would hope that the pay ranges could then be, and that's what I think could be maintained by myself or, you know, staff, because then we could do, as long as we had a base to start with, and then we could show you all data after that. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm in favor. I mean, I think it makes sense. Finance committee, are you feeling uncomfortable or okay about it?
For transparency, I'm glad you brought it to us and to everyone at home. I mean, this is critical. It needs to get done. We've been talking about this for a very long time. So here we are. Yeah, good stuff.
And so this would be a motion to engage with Jennifer. Yeah, you can say the last.
Asignani?
On the compensation study, because it would be the approval of the contract, but I know it's up to 4,000, so it's.
I'm just curious.
It's a tight budget. I
know policy is fine.
Yeah.
I think this gives us a good framework and something that could kind of set things to be sort of equal and standard, and then we can move from there.
The importance of recruiting and retaining good staff has been such a through line in almost all of our conversations. So I think this is very in alignment with that.
Page 87 is people make a motion to I'll make the motion to engage Jennifer Asignani, thank you, on a compensation study.
Okay, seconded by Amy. Roll call please, Val. Trustee Gardner. Yes. Trustee Stickler.
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper.
Yes.
Mayor Franker. Yes. Great. And if I'm so sorry if I pronounced it wrong, if you're listening. All right, we are moving on to the consent agenda. And just to clarify, Gloria, and for the board, there are a variety of resolutions in the consent agenda because they were staff directed, right?
Yes, so the resolution to waive the utility fees for the Silverton Family Learning Center for a period of 1 year is in there. A resolution formalizing and adopting a standard agenda format. I didn't really put that as a new business item because I just feel like it's not very interesting to a lot of people. But the new agenda I'm very excited about. And then a resolution supporting the grant application for natural resource damages funds is in there as we discussed in our last meeting. And then there's also the special event cruiser on the
Great.
That's July 14th through the 18th.
I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. So moved. Lindsay. Second. Jim second. All right, roll call please, Val. Trustee Halverson. Yes. Trustee Gardner. Yes. Trustee Swifter.
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper. Mayor Franker. Yes. Great. Okay, moving on to staff reports.
All right, well, I just wanted to thank you all for those that nominated me for the award. It was really cool. And I wasn't able to think of a good speech at the conference. I was kind of speechless, honestly. So I really want to thank my husband, Brian, and the staff and the board for all their hard work, contributing to the list of accomplishments that were got in my award. So thank you all. And thank you for the heavy metal tea party.
That's the public comment.
All right, any other
People still working morning.
staff reports? Any other comments on staff reports? Lots of stuff going on. I think it's like, yeah, I don't know if it's your time to ask question, Gloria, on when you sent us over in draft form. I can't remember, did that have the new times for our meetings in it or the standard?
Not yet, because we haven't approved that
Okay.
yet. So that resolution will come to you all at the next meeting.
Okay, okay.
But yes, the board did agree on potentially a new time. So that's going to be adopted as a resolution and hopefully moving our regular meetings to 5:30.
Great. Great. Mayor board reports, we did have a Region 9 meeting, so I went down to that while Gloria was at her conference. I think the main thing I really wanted to encourage any businesses that might be listening to come to the business summit on Wednesday because the Region 9 folks shared a lot about, so we're in an economic development zone, right? And so there's a variety of tax credits that qualify for, and we don't always have people taking advantage of that. So I just think in this environment where we have businesses trying to, pinch every dollar, that kind of stuff. Just encouraging businesses to connect with Salem Development Association, connect with Region 9, come to the business summit, because there's just a number of regional business resources that aren't here for people to use. I think everything else, we've heard the broadband stuff, we've already heard, we have the livable wage stuff. But Region 9 is just an accessible organization, so I just want to really give a shout out to they really amplify what we as a tiny community are able to do. It was great to be there. I got to chat with Mark Garcia, former town administrator, so he said we're doing a great job. Okay, I don't think there were any other committees besides.
I had a BPM committee.
Okay, there were lots of committees.
From that, I wanted to let you know that late spring through, and this is actually more of a county update, but late spring through the summer, Road and Bridge will be repairing County Road 2, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. So lots of gravel and then mag chloride, but the road will be closed 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. So if you're going for a late night hike out there, you might get stuck on the other side of that closure.
Or to a friend's house or whatever.
Totally.
Get home.
So wanted to put that out there.
Things don't happen after dark.
That's a parent's.
And BLM will close County Road 2, full closure, June 6th through, August 3rd.
Wait, which road?
County Road 2.
Oh.
2D, sorry, 2D. I almost forgot the D on there.
About like, wow.
County Road.
Okay. One of those like side.
There we
And
go.
Rusty's putting up a lot of road updates, so that's the resource.
Doing a great job.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job.
Okay, Personnel and Ordinance Committee.
Yeah, we discussed with great help from our wildlife committee, Wildlife Coalition. We updated our code to add some wildlife protections in there, specifically upon harassment of animals, which will be coming towards you all eventually. And we have been updating our marijuana code, so that should also be coming forth to you all in the next few meetings.
Which reminds me, I might need to prioritize with Clayton with the SID, because those are two big lists.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I think that, yeah. Good idea. So Clayton, it's marijuana month and it's SID month. May is marijuana and SID month.
You're gonna need it, Clayton. So, you know.
Didn't I already write the marijuana ordinance?
Yes.
And those wildlife.
So you're gonna be dealing with the critters and marijuana and SID.
Yeah.
As long as they don't mix. As long as they don't mix, we're good. Okay. Anything else we know? Did we have any other committee?
We did. We had a planning commission meeting.
No, okay.
of committees.
Sorry.
That was
I'm not doing
April
my job.
15th, Tuesday. We spoke on the Gibson property. That was passed unanimously. We had the final plan submission for the Silver Cloud Lodge, Bonanza Boy LLC. That was after great discussion, that was passed unanimously. And the final point was discussion of affordable housing fee in lieu of proposed Anglo-Saxon subdivision, which we came up with a fee that would be assessed per lot for that subdivision. And that would go towards
Affordable housing.
yes, thank you, and an affordable housing.
Is this subdivision in the county or the town?
It's in the county, yes. And that too was after great discussion, very good discussion. That was passed unanimously. It was a good night. Sorry you missed it.
I'm sorry. I
You're
missed
not.
it.
We had a finance committee meeting too.
You had good meetings. You had your own good meetings. That was good.
I wanted to go.
Finance committee meeting, we mainly talked about the compensation study and sales tax. So there were some great graphs. Check out the graphs. That was it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the actuals are in this packet because they came out that day.
Yeah. Okay, any other boards or committees that we missed? Okay. All right. Trustee reports.
You had a good time.
I appreciate it. I just had a quick trustee update. I would like to request an executive session that we could put on before the EQR work session to talk about contract negotiations for the town manager. Before. Okay. So Clayton, that would be with you. I think we would have Gloria not there, so that would be next Monday. The Cinco de Mayo. We're thinking about executive session. Proposing that hour, 30 minutes.
That's Cinco de Mayo.
Get with it, Julie.
Maybe keep us.
That's what I'm
Do we think we need an hour or 30 minutes?
3 minutes.
Gloria, how many more years? Lifetime.
Could we have the discussion 30 minutes? Clayton, are you available on Monday, the 5th? At 4:30?
Wait, no, our.
He lives in Osa.
Oh, wait. Our work session's at the work session.
Oh, I thought it was at 6.
It's at
And I
6.
saw in the packet, it said 5, so I moved the thing up.
Okay, wait, what time is the work session? 6 o'clock. So it would be an executive session at 5:30.
And 5:30 is the good time that we discuss because then everyone can be there.
It'll be
Okay.
fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I think that's the first Monday of the month. I should be good with that.
Okay, yep, first Monday of the month. Amy, in trustee update, I just asked to schedule executive session for the 30 minutes before the EQR works. Yeah, great. Yeah, all right, and so we'd want Clayton there, Clayton and Melina, and Gloria will join us at 6 p.m.
And that's at 5:30?
5:30.
Okay.
Does that give you enough time to notice and do what you can handle that? Okay, all right, so we're executive session 5:30 on Monday, the 5th. Discussion of contract.
Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo, yes. Okay, any other trustee updates or reports? Okay, continued business, Lucy, thank you. We're talking about 9A zoning map proposal, interactive public facing GIS map update.
Okay, yes, thank you. So in March, we came to you with a proposal for a public facing GIS map with a number of layers. Really, the purpose of this was to make information more available to our community members. And there were some concerns about the cost of the proposal, which are included in your packet, but we can go over them again if you'd like. And specifically, two main questions were asked. One, can the county host the town's mapping layers? And after talking with Kim Buck, who hosts the county's assessor website, which has a GIS platform, she said yes, the town can host, the county can host the town layers. The county would likely require some assistance from CPS for the initial setup. And then the other question that was asked was, how does this impact cost? So there would be a small fee to get the layers over to the county initially. But then there will also be the $75 a month fee for the maintenance of the internal GIS system, and then, sending over layers as needed to the county. So there are really two options in front of us. We could take on the cost of hosting our own town GIS website. And the perks of this are really that there's less people involved in the process of keeping that map updated, or for a reduced cost, which is really just the initial one-time setup fee of a little over $4,000. We can have the county host the town layers. So that's kind of my overview. Happy to answer any questions as we talk this one through. But we're looking for direction to either move forward with the town's GIS website, to move forward with sending the layers over to the county, or to take no action on this.
Thanks, Lucy. I think one question I was confused on is, what was our savings again? There's the $4,175 that's just the setup fee for CPS to get this all set up for us, right? And yeah, go ahead.
That would be our big savings here. We would be saving on the initial setup fee. However, the ongoing maintenance would still occur. So
Gotcha.
at $75 per month, or about
Yes.
$900 annually.
So if the county hosts it, it's $900 a year, no setup, no $4,000 setup fee. If we host it, we pay the $4,000 setup fee.
That's right.
And great, okay, thank you.
On the memo, it says there may be a small fee to get the layers sent to the county initially. Is a small fee, is that like a couple $100? Do you have?
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
likely not be more than a few $100s. It would just be really sending the layers over, which is not which does not take a lot of CPS's time. So they would bill it to their GIS technician. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Again, this is within the $5,000 spending limit, but thank you, Gloria, for transparency. Because if we do lots of $4,000, all of a sudden, yeah, we put away. Yeah. That's a great solution. Yeah. Is there, does anybody want to advocate strongly for paying the $4,000 to host it ourselves, or is anybody really inclined to go with the county doing it?
If it's cheaper to go with the county, then I'd probably go for that.
Give the people one map to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Including me, I'm part of the.
Great.
One map to look at.
I see a sense map all.
And the infrastructure's already in place.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Lucy, do you have any strong recommendation against housing at all through the county?
No, I don't have a strong recommendation either way, to be honest with you.
Right.
The one downside of having the county do it is just that we have to work with CPS to update the system, and then CPS sends it to the county. There's just more people involved, but that's the only downside, but I don't have a strong recommendation either way.
I would say let's do it. I'd rather do something else with the $4,000. Yeah, personally. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds like there's staff direction to move forward with the county hosting.
All right, that sounds
Thank you
great.
for
Thank you all.
following up on that. Yeah, good work, Lucy.
Thanks.
Okay, we're down to public comment.
I had one comment before.
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to jump back to the memo that was in our consent agenda regarding the bump outs. I thought it was $1,000 and it said 50. Then I went back in my notes.
500.
Right, 500, but in my notes, I'd written down 1,000. Did we?
Well, yeah, so it was changed this year because it's a use subject, or it's not, it's a temporary use permit.
That night. but-
Now, because it was adopted with our land use code and it's facilitated through a temporary use permit now, which is $500.
It's a steal, Jim.
I still think it's
Some people. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we'll still limit the size too.
Okay, moving on to public comment. Do we have any in-person public comment? Thanks for joining us. Evan.
I just wanted to hang.
I love that you come hang out, so.
What's the circus act?
It's just so fun. Do we have any Zoom public comment? We have no in-person public comment. We don't even have Melody. I know. All right, seeing no public comment, I will close. Time is 9:49. We'll adjourn the meeting.
That was good.
Thank you. Thanks, Clayton.
Thank you.
As the abs are lifting by 3.
Good night, guys.
Yes.
How much time left?
They just started the third.